Here you can hear. Why can't you load it? To load. Load. Load was there. Well, indeed. And it should be well and proper. Good. Now, let's see. I get this beatboard to run like it's supposed to. Well then, let us see where exactly did we end this nonsense. So we could technically speaking still go a bit more hunting. It do make me nervous when, you know, I just looked in the game and you draw your swords. The Jits is Lackey, she doesn't trust me. I've got to prove my loyalty to him. Steal sacred hammer from the Son of the Fire Magic. Okay. That quest is probably not going to be much. Then we have the claw. I don't really want to deal with the claw yet. I will, however. Just for the pure lightning. Oh! Well then, let's see.
I shall go mad here. I am a soldier, not a bureaucrat. With all this paperwork that I must do, I barely remember what my sword feels like in my hand.
What, precisely, were you expecting when you take over the bloody city? Of course it's gonna be fucking paperwork. How do you think a city is run? Show fucking paperwork. You idiot. Ah, you fucking idiot.
Here, he gave me this message for you.
Lord Hagen, you are very many things, but not the smartest cookie, honestly.
In the Valley of Mines.
The paladins are holed up in the castle in the Valley of Mines, surrounded by orcs.
That's a lie, and you know it.
There were many casualties in the prospecting operations, and there's barely any ore left. Well, I should say that without any help, the lads are lost. That's how it looks.
And he says all that while he stands on the table.
Find a way to rescue this expedition. You have done much for us. Inos will thank you.
I'm sure Inos will thank me.
I'm not interested in his gratitude. I want his eye.
Yes, of course, I stand by my word. Take this letter. It will open the monastery gates.
Right, that is actually why I wanted to speak with him.
The highest fire
because to do the work for the judge, I need to get into the monastery, which I cannot do without that fucking letter he gives me. Right. Oh, sorry.
Take this rune as a token of my gratitude. It will.
I need to talk to you about Bennett.
Very important, yes.
That's the mercenary who murdered one of
my
men.
He did not. You cannot prove that.
How come you're so sure that Bennett is the killer?
We have a witness. As you can see.
Who is that witness?
Cornelius, the governor's secretary, saw the murder.
See.
His description fits Bennett, no doubt about that. As the mercenary...
I believe that Bennett is innocent.
Yes, I'm pretty sure he is.
Evidence is clear. He is guilty.
Fuck you.
So what if the proof is wrong?
Be careful what you say. You raise some serious accusations.
I am seriously standing on your table.
If you cannot present me with evidence that the witness lied, then you had best...
Just you wait. This will not be the last time I stand on your table and correct your mistakes. Whoop. Why is everybody in here looking at me like, I'm going to murder you now, son? Now then, Cornelius. Where the fuck is Cornelius? 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 Come out wherever you are. I need to have a serious conversation with you about false reports to the police. Don't worry, I don't want to have this conversation either, but somebody has to. Now then.
You saw the murder of Lothar, didn't you?
I need not answer any questions about a current investigation. Lord Hagen already has everything I know on record.
What was it you saw?
Really, I haven't got any time now. You need to go now. The office is closing.
Enough of that. What did you see?
I saw how the mercenaries struck down the paladin from behind, and then he took his sword and rammed it through his chest.
Are you completely sure?
Yes, of course. I saw it with my own eyes, but I really haven't got any time now. There's a huge pile of paperwork I need
You
to do.
fucking liar. You fucking liar.
I don't believe you.
So what? What are you going to do about it?
You hold your life dear, don't you?
If you attack me, they'll hang. I have powerful friends. Now, get...
I don't believe...
So what?
I could tell the mercenaries where you live.
What is that supposed to mean?
I bet they're dying to make your acquaintance.
Mm-hmm.
They're not very happy at all.
You
Surprisingly.
can't do that. They would kill me.
Yeah.
That is very possible.
Yes, it
I'll
is.
say whatever you want, but you mustn't do that.
So,
So what really
Toronto.
happened?
Toronto.
See what happened. I received some gold for blaming that mercenary. In times like these, it's everyone for himself. I needed that money.
Who paid you?
That's enough. He'll kill me if I rat him out.
Are you going to tell that to Lord Hagen too?
I'm not a lunatic. I can't stay in town now. I'll give you my diary.
He can run fucking fast when he wants to, doesn't he? This is what you have been reading all the time, eh? You asshole. Honestly. Well. He's trembling with fear. Now, do we have that diary actually? Note. There it is. If Xardas keeps on like that, I'm going to look out for another position. Something strange happened to me last night. I will not disguise the black hoods. Ah, ha, ha, ha. So here you could almost feel the power. Don't might you want to trust the guy. Got me 20,000 pieces of gold to make sure one of the mercenaries gets convicted. That I know what he meant when it happened. Let's get right away. Those mercenaries don't deserve any better anyway. And when everything would be just fine for me here, and the gold will let me settle down for a comfortable retirement. What's happening? I've arrested one of the mercenaries. It should be easy to keep my word. You bloody idiot. How do we sit strength-wise? Not yet where I wanna be. Okay, let's actually clean up a bit here. Don't need to teleport to Xardas right now. Kinda wanna go on some more hunting in Jarkanda and the Valley of Mines. Are you bloody kidding me?
He listened to the wrong people.
Same old thing all over again. I used to say
Because that seems like a pretty neat way to get some more XP going. Which would then mean that we get enough strength out of this to actually become proper strong. And where was the shortcut? I almost forgot where that thing is. And then once we are back, we're gonna go to Xardas, because I don't remember if I talked to him about everything already. And then we're gonna go to Direction Jarkanda, because it is a new chapter, and of course the merchants are gonna have all the new stuff, you know, and I'm gonna take that. Then we're gonna go into the monastery and take care of that nonsense. And yeah, that's actually it. That should be everything for the moment. Now then, let's see if the paladins actually stop being liars and have actually gotten themselves a siege again. I highly doubt it. Ah, fucking paladins. Yo, why haven't you not
Wait a minute.
gotten your ass out of here?
What are you doing?
I just can't go on.
If you say so.
Just a little.
Well, sure. I mean, got a nice background music for the first steps in the old world. What was that guy called? I once knew who made that music. I mean, I still know. Technically speaking, I just don't remember his name. Top of my head. Yeah, so really not much here. But for some reason, I'm apparently left some potions here. Well, that's an interesting platform you've got there. I've taken everything from up here. Well, and honestly, I don't think there's gonna be much in the way of actual hunting here to do for me. I think the next time this area becomes more or less interesting is when you go on a very, very different sort of hunt. Whee! Also doing this now because we are getting very close to getting a new set of armor. I do kind of want to run around in my mercenary armor a bit longer, honestly. It is a very cool looking armor and a very classical armor. I kind of want to stay in at the beat longer. Just a bit. And she just sits down. I can't go on. I'm too weak. Now then, my dear little Paladinis. Let's see if you've managed to get yourself siege in again. I mean, you know, they could have taken all the time that we created for them to run out and, you know, shave themselves, but... Who are we kidding? They wanna sit in there and be like, we could not help you at all because siege. And since they are quite the little bunch of zealots, they will stay with that opinion forever. This is going to be a very short trip, I can already tell you as much. I don't even think chapter 3 does much in the way of respawn for the Valley of Mines, mostly because at this point you have somewhat not supposed to have cleaned out the Valley of Mines, mostly. But of course, okay, that is precisely the sort of thing I would do. Which is kind of funny, because that actually, for once, does take patience. And that is usually not my strong suit. Then again, that highly depends on the game and the circumstances, now that I think about it. I can be very patient, if I deem it right to do so. If I have a clear-cut goal, for example. Does kind of reflect in the way I finished some very grindy games in my time. Although to be fair, I did most of that when I was a lot younger and still had a lot more time. A lot more free time on my hands. Man, sometimes I kinda miss it, you know? The freedoms that come with being, you know, young, with the most time consuming activity being school, which you can will quite easily skip out on. Sometimes at least, if you're a bit smart. And I miss those days. It's those days would leave me with an assload of time to play games. I played whole fucking marathons. And the weekend, don't even get me started on the fucking weekend. I would quite literally start Friday at around 2 in the afternoon. And I would quite literally play, in some cases, all the way through the night to at least, at the very least, to mid-Saturday. On 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like this. Snappers! Ah! And in some cases, oh boy. It's surprising how much more you can do with the energy of a, you know, young energy going through you. Say, is there anybody around here who would complain overly much if I were to beat you up? Beat you up, mind you, I'm not going to kill them. Oh, apparently nobody is really too worried about you. Very good for me. Well, I mean, when they hit well. I'll give them that much. Sorry, mate, but you're a nice little XP bag, aren't ya? Wouldn't that be a shame to let you just sit around? He's like, oh, I lost. Also, little Paladini.
Will you stop it now?
Nothing to plunder. Nothing to plunder.
And she's like, I'm going to punch you now. Are you seriously blocking me with your bloody fists?
Will you stop it already?
I mean, yeah, he is indeed blocking me with his bloody fist. Honestly, I'm annoyed, yes, on one hand, but I'm also very, very, very impressed. I mean, to be fair, this armor is probably more metal than anything else. And technically speaking, you can probably block a swing or two from a sword with that, with your armored fist. You can, probably. Lizards. Why, of all things, you had to spawn there, you fucking assholes. Lizards. Among the long, long list of things I like to deal with, they are not very far up that list. Get your ass over here, Snappers. Also, I seem to have... Either I have absolutely overlooked a few things, and honestly, I can't imagine having overlooked that much, or game has decided to put a few more items around. Which I'm honestly not against, mind you. I do like to get more free stuff. Now then, let's avoid the ice area, because in there many bad things are, and I would like to go in there first and foremost when I have better armor again. I do like that there are more snappers though. Snappers are easy to kill, they're not too dangerous. I mean, I can now take the claws. Was not supposed to be something I buy, but... Have you fucking... button up again, you fucking loafers. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's not...
You're in for it now.
How the hell are you even going to catch me up here? Well, one of them is smart. Smart enough though. Okay, let's heal up a bit and then we go down there and deal with them. Alright, I don't need to be fast because they can't get up. Did you have a weapon? You had. Now then, climbing up again. Hello, you bunch of lowlifes.
You're in for it now.
Am I though? Bandits have gotten tougher, better equipped. They do actually hurt me quite a bit. Not very enjoyable. Then again, what was I expecting? I mean, the easy answer is not much. Considering the fact that they have bloody bows and they will use them. To be fair though, I have a lot of potions with me. I'm pretty sure once we are in the castle I can actually buy a few more. And I kinda did waste a lot of money here though.
You're in for it now.
Problem with them is they're actually sitting in a very comfy position. Because, as you can see, they can quite literally just shoot. Not giving me much of a chance to defend myself. Still two left. And I can already tell they are having their bows aimed quite squarely in my direction. Actually, it's 3, isn't it? Yeah, that armor is actually pretty good at hiding you, isn't it? Run over. Come here. My sword is almost as long as your sword. My sword is a one-hander. You're gonna regret ever challenging me. Believe you me? It's going to hurt. A lot. I think we can quite clearly and safely state that we have dealt with them. It was a pain in the ass to do, but we've done it. I did not remember there being that bloody many new bandits. But oh well, what can I do? Actually, let's go back to Cavalon's hut from here. Mostly because there's a bed there I would like to make use of. Thanks for the X. Idiot. Jesus fucking Christ. That was an unexpected high amount of new spawnies that I was not actually counting on. Guess that is how it sometimes goes. Whee! So let's see what a certain building is doing. This does not look like a situation that I can just beat them up over.
Will you stop it already?
You know. I don't think I have enough push to deal with 2 knights and the main paladin.
Stop it right now.
Yeah, no. Then again, we are not that desperate for XP now, are we? I mean, not yet, at least. How late is it? 23. Yes, I know that nightmares. I want to prevent me from resting. I don't really care. I just wanted to, you know, get a bit of daylight out of this. I also had, to some degree, forgotten that I can't heal by sleeping, but... oh well. Whee! Whoop. I mean, the good thing is, I don't think the Valley of Mines has that much more offer. And after we're done with the Valley of Mines, we can go over to the monastery and talk to Piraka and be like, hail me from this nonsense place. Which you will do. Then we can finally rest easy again without visions of dark hooded men dancing in my dreams. Heck, that's the sort of nightmare fuel even I would wake up from. I mean, at least if it would be scantily clad woman, I can kinda, you know, see myself having a very different kind of sleeping trouble, but probably a lot more relaxed at least. Oh well. Actually, it's a nice little bit of a joke that has been going on. Because you see, I do like to take something from the game when I'm playing it to, you know, use in the thumbnails for the YouTube site. Actually, I find that kind of fun. It's kind of like painting a picture, you know. It has a relaxation effect. Not that I'm very good at it, mind you, but that's not the point. At first I was like, what would be the most Gothic thing to add in Gothic 1? That would be the sketch, of course. Which you probably cannot use, because...
How's the hunting is my only consolation.
mostly because
Hey,
neither YouTube nor Twitch do like the sexy stuff overly much.
I think your buddy...
Just cut it out. Don't provoke him any further, or I'll make up for it some.
So I kinda cut a few things out and was like, well, take this YouTube. And YouTube was like, fuck you, I hate it. I was like, okay. Hate, then you sure. I took the little picture of myself sitting around in the swamp camp smoking that very special pipe. I was like, okay, YouTube, what about this one? YouTube was like, well, I mean, it's kind of drug abuse, but I like it. There's no sexy women in it, at least. And because I find that quite funny, I actually did then the same thing for Gothic 2. I also took a picture of myself sitting at one of those nice little special pipes and smoking. And since YouTube apparently finds drug abuse a lot better than sexy woman, even, you know, with the very important bits censored, I'm kind of like, okay, I'm going to continue doing this. And if my memory is correct, and don't quote me on that just yet, but I will check that out. I think actually you can smoke the water pipe too in Risen, and if that is the thing, yeah, you take an educated guess what's gonna be the thumbnail for that series. Healing herbs. Yeah, we have cleared this area out quite nicely. But honestly, I was not actually even aware any longer that that many bandits actually respawn in that little area there. Really surprising, actually. I guess that's what happens with your memory after a few years. That's gonna get even worse with Risen, because Risen 1 I played like 2 or 3 times, if memory serves. But the last time has also been quite a long while ago, so as you can imagine, my actual memory about that is slim. Very slim. Meaning that we are going to have a very interesting time going through that. Mostly because it will, well, not brand new, there are some things you will typically remember. There will be a lot more haphazard, I suppose, than Gothic. Because in Gothic, at least, no matter what I'm trying to do, I'm usually having a somewhat good idea of how to do it. I mean, like in here, not ideally. For example, if you were to ask me where we can find some of the better bows or crossbows, I would probably be like, can't remember. Because I really can't. That's actually the kind of stuff I would have to look up if I wanted to make it a very, very efficient. But then again, I'm not really playing for pure efficiency now, am I? I'm not trying to show you the perfect way to play Gothic, because my first advice would be to stop watching me and watch someone who can actually use the fighting system to its best potential power. Because I can already quite easily tell you that I'm not the one for that. Honestly not. Not ashamed to admit that you're not the best at something. Just like I feel my head throbbing a bit. Again, I wanted to play this, and since recently I haven't had all the much time to play on the weekends, I kinda, you know, want to use the opportunity I have and not waste it. Who knows when the next one comes, you know. No, then I think nothing will have respawned back there, but just in case, I'll actually go back there. Check things out, but I think at least around the siege, at least around the castle, or for the sieging army, there's not going to be much in the actual respawn. Mostly because the game assumes that by chapter 3, the siege army is still there. Now, I do think that even the nice guys at Piranha Bytes weren't really expecting some people to, you know, sit around in this fucking Valley of Mines and slowly and methodically start murdering the orcs. In Gothic 2 Vanilla, they did that quite often, mostly because it was technically quite easy at that point still. Because you could get, even without much extra training, quite a nice level of power going. But you know, at least if you started counting the nice little Knight of the Raven, things had become to a point where it was not that easy anymore. It shouldn't be that easy. I do kinda find it a bit interesting how the area has changed, because technically speaking, somewhere around here, somewhere where this water is, maybe a bit more back there, but somewhere around here should be actually the entrance to the Orc Crypt, Orc Cemetery, Graveyard, whatever you want to call it, you know that. And we get the lizards alone. pretty good so far. I wouldn't want to fight with the lizard variant though. Mostly because they have their little the nasty little fire breath, and that thing is quite nasty. Not like I don't have enough damage to murder them, but they do have quite a bit of range actually on themselves. Which means that as a melee kind of guy, I'm always kind of at a disadvantage when it comes to them. We are talking about the sort of disadvantage I don't really want to necessarily deal with. Yeah, kind of sitting in my way though. No. Oh shit. Let's be fast, I'm not here. Well, you look at that.
How's it going?
Brave of you to come here. You got lost, huh?
What are you doing up here?
I'm here to make money.
Here in the middle of nowhere?
Well,
I'm
yep.
a hunter. I specialize in difficult cases. Fire lizards, mine crawlers, dragon snappers, anything nobody else will hunt. That brings in the money.
You're a bit late, man. I already did.
That's some armor you're wearing.
Yeah, hard to get. It's made of mine crawler plates. A guy named Wolf made it for me.
I know.
I used to be a convict here in the colony. Gave him a couple of mine crawler plates.
Where's this wolf now?
It's been a while since I've seen him. Back then, I suppose he still hangs around with the boys.
Oh, he does.
What is there to see?
A bunch of fire lizards, orcs, and I don't know what else. I haven't been farther up on. I'd advise you against trying it. The things that live up there don't sound.
No, they really don't.
Can you gut?
Ask me again later. When you're.
Teach me how.
Why not? I've.
There are many things there that are not bad. Are pretty damn good to know, but honestly, most of those things kinda only really exist for money making. And I mean, right now I'm at 8,000, but technically speaking, do you know how many weapons I'm still carrying around with me that I could, practically speaking, just sell? Could try to jump into the water down there. I know that it is technically speaking possible. Also, yes, I do know that there are lizard men up there. Which is why I'm not going to get over there. I just wanted to get behind the fire lizards in order to get the little lizard there. Come on. I mean, I might be able to get that stone plate if I'm fast enough. Gonna be a bit of a risky move, though. Don't bite me, I'm not even here. Good. Now then, this is the way to the old castle. The bridge still intact. The bridge is still intact. I mean, it's a stone construction. So technically it shouldn't really go away that easily. This quite literally lasted most likely for decades and centuries maybe. Now then, with this out of the way, let us go back down again. It was already more than dangerous enough for my taste, so... Also, you do kinda have to leave a few creatures around, don't you? And I would feel rather going to have it completely cleared out. At some point it will be completely cleared out, but that's something I look forward to in the next chapter. I think by chapter 5 you're going to have cleared everything out. There's it. Nice little ahem. Message again. Very important message. Because of course, yeah. Of course there are no orcish armies lurking behind that wall. I mean, what were you expecting? But at least, and you have to give them that, the boys at Piranha did have a sense of humor by putting up that nice little message and being like, yeah, if you made it here, A, you cheated. Most definitively. B, there is nothing here. Go away. See, that's what I mean. I have an assload of weapons still. But I can still, technically speaking, sell. And make a lot more money. But there are not many merchants left, technically speaking. There's a bit more here. I don't know at which point in time the Xardas something, one of the merchants in the castle, actually gets murdered. I think that's actually when we come back for the dragons. So by that point, he and his inventory, which is a lot more important than he himself, will have moved out, and that means we can find his corpse, we can take back all the stuff, we're gonna be freaking rich. Because we can basically double sell then. Oh, and after that it's actually completely irrelevant where you sell, because every merchant gives you the same. Can you see that? I can see that. I know what that is. Now then, up here is only fire lizards. And yes, I will stick to my guns. I will avoid them. They are nasty to fight. I will also avoid lizard men. But technically speaking, that's basically it. I mean, what else is there that you would want to avoid? Honestly. Well, I guess technically speaking, dragon snappers would be alongst the list of things you would want to avoid, technically speaking, but a bit too late for that, I would say. I have murdered quite a few of those, haven't we, already? Huh. I do wonder, because my memory is not that great. This Risen should look at least this good, shouldn't it? I do wonder how they handled the night effect though. I'm not too sure. I remember that I could see pretty damn clearly, but it's always also the question of how that translates into a stream. You know, the visibility. First of all, you poor people out there are going to see is a black screen with me talking over it. That's kind of missing out on a lot of fun, I would say. There really is not much left here. I mean, that's good actually. Means we can cut this journey a lot shorter. Not that there really is much of a journey to do. Do we want to go to Xardas old tower again? I don't think the demon, once you've killed it, is actually... Because you see, in Gothic 1, Xardas has its little pet demon, as basically his doorbell, sitting around in the tower. In Gothic 2, when you first come into Xardas tower, that demon is still going to be there. Will be freed of Xardas control, so it's going to be pissed as hell, being like, well, shit, I'm going to murder every freaking mortal that comes along my way. Which he tries to do, but he can't get very easily stuck in the tower, which makes it a lot easier to murder him. Well, you look at that. A few little innocent snappers. Well, not so innocent anymore. Oh, the new chapter. Respawned a few mind crawlers for me. Also, if memory serves right, you can actually learn from Gestalt the remove plates, and then you can actually make yourself an armor like that. It is pretty good armor. But, let me say it's all the way back from Gothic 1 when you can first get that armor. I hated the look of that armor with a passion. Don't get me wrong, I'm usually not the kind of guy who is in a game is like, I won't wear it if it doesn't look good. It's really not my kind of style usually, but armor is the one exception to the rule that I have always really hated. I wore it, and I was very happy in Gothic 1 that it's only a very short time that you have to wear it. So bloody fucking hell is that thing ugly as sin. And so, I'm planning on completely ignoring the fact that that thing exists in Gothic 2. Again, you would have to quite literally force me to get that armor, equip it, and make use of it. And luckily enough, it's gonna be fucking hard, isn't it? It's good to be alive and well on this fine day. But probably better not to scream too loud about that nonsense, because technically speaking, I mean, as a hypothetical scenario, let me say it like this. I am, at the end of the day, a businessman. I'm used to doing lots of things for money, so, you know, give me money for that, then yes, I'm going to play the whole fucking game wearing that bloody... call it in the proper armor. This selection of fucking plates that somebody just basically stitched together very roughly, and then claimed would be an armor. I would do it. But you would have to quite seriously pay me for that, because at that point it stops being fun and games and it starts being a fucking job. Quite literally. Now then. If I were to...
So you killed the leader of the pack.
No.
You should do that. The entire...
My God, how brutal.
Indeed. Better watch out, because you could be next. Everybody's like, getting beaten down here. I mean, you're 3 XP and you're basically only 1 hit. Don't worry, I'm not going to murder you though. I'm a nice guy. See, I'm a very nice guy.
Man. My head.
Oh man, my head.
My...
Put down that weapon.
What were you expecting?
Oh man,
Tangron.
my head.
God.
Oh, my head.
You wanted to fight, you got your fight. Was it worth it though in the end?
Stop it right now.
Boop. Boop, boop, boop.
Nothing there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, my head.
See? I got all the experience out of this and I'm happy. Also, the way he's like, did you take the claws? Yes, we did take the claws of that pack leader and we actually sold those claws to someone who actually wanted them. Which is, what's his name? Lutero, I think is his name. The one in the upper quarters in Farines.
I'll get you.
You think so? I mean, you can try.
Nothing to be had there.
I don't know where you got that fucking two-hander from, but thanks anyway. Fucking get you. Yeah, you can try. Honestly, I'm not going to stop you from trying. Like, if anything, I would tell you to go for it. Now, time to eat a quite literal ton of meat. Get some more health. I mean, it is a bit of a problem. The original problem is that We can't heal by sleeping, which is the most efficient way, but I also don't want to waste every last one of my healing spells. I can get still a few, and I don't think I yet have plundered all the the monastery merchants. I don't think I have actually, but that's still something. We'll see, we'll see. I will admit though, like these days, for a short while, let's say it like this, I kinda lost my appetite for the weekend. It was always like, you know, basically just take a break from actual frontline work and do all the other nonsense. Nowadays, I do find myself looking forward to it. Quite a bit actually. That's a positive. A net positive, I would say. The more entertainment you can actually get out of your free time, the better. Because that is actually what gets you through the week at the end, when you actually break it down to it. I mean, there still is some nastiness in this weekend, because I still need to have a few conversations with people. Not that I'm against conversations, mind you, but it's the kind where they're really not looking forward to. That cave there, that really looks like something I'm pretty sure I can deal with it if I take it slowly. I just really don't want to, because I mean, that fire thing, fire horn dog there, you can deal with that thing quite easily if you get it against the wall. Skeletons themselves, as we all know, not much of a problem, though they do tend to hit hard. Come on. But that's the whole point, they only really hit hard when given the chance. Okay, what were you called? I don't even know. But the point is, you're dead. You're dead to me! Well, something dramatic. Come here. Come here. Stop dancing! Bloody skeleton. Well then, the good point is, we managed to clear this one too. I was kinda aware that this one still was around. Also, nah, I don't think this is actually an arena. There's no respawn in this. I don't think. I would remember that. That were the case. Thanks for your two-hander though. That's not worth much, but I'll take it. Every last little bit helps. And so, it reminds me of Diego's point. Yes, it was ridiculously easy to get your hands on some gold in the colony. Because since everybody was bloody freaking going around and throwing all around, as you know, the currency, cryptocurrency, made it a fucking lot easier, wasn't it? Well, good thing is, I do kind of think that at least my stomach has calmed down enough that later on I'm going to be able to eat something. I had a bit of a problem with that. I mean, I guess that kind of nicely showcases why I'm only drinking very rarely. And usually only in moments of celebration. Then when you have the next day off, in a way, you know, you don't have to start at 5 in the morning, you have to go over to the store, because that's not really compatible with a hangover. I still remember my golden age. You know, from the early 20s to my mid 20s, I remember that time. I could drink pretty much anything, and in almost unlimited quantities. I would not get an Happy hangover. At the worst, I would wake up the next morning and, you know, feeling a bit thirsty and maybe having a slight headache. Slight throbbing in my head, being like, well, that's the worst. I remember that time. Is this your usual? It is. Game always likes to scare me with that. I would say. Congratulations, we have once again cleared out most of the area. Well then, let us go into the castle then. Yeah, I think it's starting to rain. Good as any time to stop our little hunt. And yeah, I think we can claim quite easily we've done it. Taking care of all the nonsense. And we go into the castle, we do some trading, and then we're gonna take a few more things in Corinas, as well as taking care of our nightly visitors. Dark-hooded man dancing in your dreams. Yes, horrible, very, very horrible. The horribleness cannot be measured in anything, neither feet nor centimeter or meter. I will never understand that system. It's like with fucking Fahrenheit. Because technically the difference between 0 and 100 is actually not a nice and easy to follow system of small steps and 100 steps of those. No, of course not, because Mr. fucking Fahrenheit needed to be special about it. Actually, even miles are easier to, because you can at least go with rough equivalent to do your mass. Doesn't really work with Fahrenheit now, does it? Of course it doesn't. Oh well. Still, I guess, you know, it's kind of fitting. Especially because the Americans are using it, and the Americans are special. Very special breed of people. Which I do like. They are kinda, you know, an interesting folk to have around. I'll give them that much at least. Because while some people are always like, that sounds very fucking racist, actually not, no. You know, finding another people interesting is a fucking compliment. I don't need to fucking hate everybody in the world. Surprisingly enough. Even though, you know, we Germans do have a tendency to hate people and try to get rid of them. But alas, yeah, that's his name, Xardas.
Show me.
Now, poor little Xardas here is going to find himself in just a bit of trouble very soonish. And we, of course, plan to make the best out of it. Means I'm going to sell a lot more stuff to him that we later on are going to recollect. Let's just hope I don't forget about that. Herb tobacco. Can I give the guy herb tobacco? I don't even remember. It doesn't really matter. There is a name engraved on it. Gomez. Let's keep the torches, because technically speaking, you need it. Also, my lamp of war. I'm gonna keep my lamp of war. It's my pen, of course. Technically, I can still change the gold nuggets into other stuff. Skeletal bone. I don't know why I have 2 of those, but here, take 1. Do I have any more of the change spells though? Because I actually would follow the War Chief's advice in this case and get rid of them, because it's tempting to have them around and They can actually mess up. I mean, not in the most patched version anymore, they shouldn't, but you know. You'd always be sitting there with a hint of discomfort, you know. You know what, I'm gonna tell you all my errors, because I'm never going to use those. Obviously. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that? As I am already getting rich again. Where's all the pickaxes? I don't know why the game has decided to put them all, you know, on their single space. Actually, is there a reason for that? I don't remember if there's a reason for that. I mean, not that I care overly much, mind you, but, no. Just asking. Yo, Tender.
Show me.
Dragon Slicer. War Axe. And the Ox Slayer, but I already have one of those. I think it's one of the best one-handed weapons that you can have.
I'll never get this open without the right key. Hey, you!
Yeah, what are you gonna teach me? How to be better than 100? Ooh. Now then, Gorn has, as we all know, disappeared from here. Is Milton still around though? Milton never was the one to, you know, do things fast. Kinda feel like he has though. Which is interesting, wasn't he technically speaking ordered to, I mean, stay with them? I mean, I guess he could find a loophole. Technically speaking, the mages, and Milton is a full fire mage, outrank the paladins. So he could probably get his ass out of trouble.
Hey, you!
Also, to be fair, it's kind of like he could. Not saying he will, not saying he did. Full rank on them, but yes, he could. He could indeed, if he wanted to.
I'll never get this open without the right key.
Well, could look for the right key.
Show me your...
I can already tell that this chapter is going to be very bad for my purse. Not that I'm overly worried about that, because, I mean, let me be honest with you, we're not really of the poor kind. And that is putting it mildly. We are freaking rich, generally speaking. And the highest investment you have to make is basically with the armors that you can buy at reasonably spaced intervals. Let's just say that's not a problem. At least not an overly big problem. Let's put it like this. Let me resave my game, just in case game decides to murder me. No, game has not decided to murder me. I find that very nice of said game.
Got my own opinion about that.
Consider your hatch-patted game. For being nice, for being good. Now, is there any reason for me to go in here again? I don't think so. Don't you ever sleep? Let's ask again.
Don't you ever sleep?
No. Enos himself grants me the strength never to need sleep.
So why won't they listen to me?
All the useless things you could get as an ability from Enos. Ishka gets the ability to never sleep.
I could have told you that.
Not for any good reason. No. His whole bloody job is to sit around and watch the few prisoners they have in there.
Hey! Tortured? Can't you see I'm bit?
Bloody hell. An unfriendly guy. Well, they kinda closed that one off. That isn't it.
Do you really think?
I'm sure he thinks.
Cause more trouble. That's the first I've heard of it. That's the first I've heard of it.
It's totally obvious. It had to happen sooner or later.
No, then I remember people being very...
What did you want in here, huh?
Isn't that nice? You open one door and you can hear 5 bloody swords getting drawn, like, what do you want up here? Nah, that's a better not piss them off anymore. I already wasn't there, even if I want to be like, hey, look.
Hey!
Nothing's ever gonna change that.
Anything?
If you want to learn the news, I've got my own opinion about that.
Hey, not really.
That was no big deal.
What's new?
Damn! What are you mucking about here for? Even Milton has left the castle.
Believe me.
But I don't...
Don't need few people, I need more. You don't say.
Everything?
Up to now.
How's this?
The expedition has hit rock bottom. But we...
Well, do try to explain that to your dead soldiers. About how Innos will safely lead them out of the valley. I'm sure they're gonna disagree. Somewhat harshly. Well, then I guess we have finished with this, and there comes the first message, of course.
That's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, well then, we can teleport our little happy answers.
He really didn't deserve that.
That was obvious.
And I thought this might be the case. I am always right when it comes to stuff like this. Why oh why? Run! Okay. I do not have enough health to do this. I will admit. Oops, wrong save game. Definitely not the right save game. Guess we're gonna sit here and heal ourselves then. Bloody bastards. Take one of my big heal spells. Also, this is not your tower. This is Xardas' bloody tower. You're not supposed to be here, you fucking assholes. Making me come here and clean up after you bloody Xardas. Number 4. And a rune. Oh, I hope you people are happy now. I'm going to point out that you made me do this. There was no no need for me to, do this, but you forced my hand.
There he is.
Yes. Yes, I am.
There he is.
Yes, I am. What, were you expecting me to not be here? I mean, you do know.
We shall get you.
You might. But not if I catch you first. Kinda interesting. This is the one place in the whole fucking Valley of Mines Let's actually show up, eh? We have traveled throughout the whole fucking valley and have not seen anything of them. And suddenly, once you come to Xardas, it's like, well, here we are. In force.
There he is.
Yes, I know that I'm here. Do you know why I know that? Because I've been here before. I think I've actually been here before even you, little tentacles, have been here. Oh well, that's about the last few of them. Good thing that I checked actually. I would have completely missed that. Would want to miss an opportunity to murder a few more of those. Mostly because I don't want to risk them actually talking to me and being like, here I saw the darkest spell again.
There he is.
Wouldn't want to get any more visions of them. So the way I see it, you could technically speaking approach the tower without meeting them, can you? Interesting, interesting. See, and that is what happens when you use one random teleportation spell. Suddenly you end up with a bunch of assholes. Typical assholes. Also, whoever put those blood flies up here must have a pretty sick sense of humor. I'll at least give them that much. Yeah. That is not going to work out. Now then. Let's see. Here, eh? That 2 times now. I do have a few nice spells though. And I can't use you because... yeah. Teleport to Landlord, teleport to Castle. The Ancient Demon Tower. Pass in Corinas, pass City, Tavern. Whom. Alright, I'm on the other side. Now, with that out of the way, let us go back to Corinas. And actually go to the monastery. Oh. And before that, let's actually take care of the bandit situation. That wall is swimming. Do you see that wall swimming? It's magical. God, it's spreading everywhere. Do you see that? The textures have abandoned us. Let us ignore the magic going around us and be like, well. Also, don't worry about the black men. I have taken care of them. Even NotR shouldn't be worried overly much. I don't think they're gonna pull any of this nonsense again. Mostly because they're dead. Quite literally. Out of the way, you fools. Oh, NotR, I'm here again. You know what time it is. It's time that someone rudely stands on your desk.
Cornelius lied.
How did you know that?
Here, I've got his diary. Everything's in there.
Slimy little criminal. In view of the new evidence, there is nothing else I can do. By virtue of the office granted me by king and church, I declare that the prisoner Bennett is exonerated of all charge. Cornelius is to be taken in.
He's made himself scarce.
Sooner or later he will turn up, then
How's this?
I must find a. We must do. Perhaps the Eye of Innos can save us.
Perhaps if you were not such a fucking bitch about it, and just given me that thing because I'm clearly a special person, we wouldn't even have to deal with this nonsense. And your bloody fault for making this difficult. But, I mean, to be fair, can't really tell that I'm a special person. I get it. You can't just give one of the most holiest artifacts of fucking Enos away to some rando. Coming up me like, give me. I get it. I really do. Still, you know, would have made things a lot easier.
Can you heal?
Xardas, bless. I don't want your fucking blessing, I just want your healing.
Hey, you!
Screw you, Vatras.
Will you?
One of us has to be.
If, and only if, Vatras would leave the city, which is clearly hinting that at some point we might want to do something with Xardas. Invite him somewhere, maybe. Going out for a few drinks or something. Hidden or priest of Adonis allowed to drink? Well then, for the moment, let us tell Bennett the good news that he no longer is a criminal. That he's free. Freedom! Hey, Lord Andre. Have you anything to say?
How's
Everything is.
Everything is under control, you say? Has Bennett actually just moved himself? Because it kinda looks like he just poofed himself. And I guess we can go to the landlord then. Magic. A very, 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 very useful thing. Also, we probably just avoided the worst case scenario where the mercenaries would march on Corvinus to free Bennett. Because honestly, I can absolutely clearly see them doing just that. Hey, Bennett.
Man, and here I was thinking they'd really hang me.
Well, it worked all right in the end.
You can say that again. You should have seen the face of the soldier when he had to let me out. He was so scared, he almost did it in his pants.
Can you
Which
imagine?
reminds me, I've got something for you.
What do you mean?
A present.
What present?
We have heard of the dragons that are said to be in the valley.
Yes, yes.
They're really there.
All right, I believe you. At any rate, some of the boys have decided to go into the valley as well.
Aww.
They're planning to tidy up in there.
What's that got to do with me?
I've developed a new type of armor, Dragon Hunter's armor.
Yes.
It's sturdier and lighter than traditional armor. Since you're the one who saved me, I want you to have it. I thought you might want to be in on the fun. You're gonna need the right equipment. Also, I'm interested in dragon scales. Genuine dragon.
How much do I get per scale?
200 gold.
Nice.
Wait a minute. What about... What do you need?
I'm just gonna take a look, my friend.
Nobody will learn anything.
All over again.
80, 85, 10. 100, 150, 25. That 50 fire protection. That's gonna be a fucking blessing. Do-do-do-doom, do-do-do-doom. Look at that nice little armor. And I'm looking fucking awesome. Yes, yes I do. Yes I do indeed. Look fucking awesome. Now let's talk to a certain person who owes me a bit of, you know, good up.
Can I have some...
I heard you helped Bennett.
Can I have some?
I've got nothing.
It was so hard to get my hands on good stuff.
Hey,
Hey, Shelvio!
how's it?
Have I given?
No, but I don't care. Do you think I actually care? Okay, Sylvie, do you see my new armor? I'm the biggest, baddest motherfucker around here. The question is, how we do from here? Do I want to go to Jakenda? And I want to get that out of my way. But we could also kind of save ourselves a bit of trouble by getting rid of, you know, our possession. Either way, I would have to go to the tavern, because from there is basically where the path split.
That's been known a long time.
Ah.
You don't have to tell me that.
You know what, I think before we start that nonsense with the eye, we actually are going to hunt. I want to test out my new armor, because this thing is literally leagues better than what I had before. Alright, but before we do that, actually let me talk to Torloff. And train up my strength. About that, I have 94 strength.
Got my own opinion about that.
I want to get at least one more point. Yeah, one more set of points, basically.
You mustn't believe everything. You can't rely on that. You mustn't believe everything.
Torloff.
Tell me that.
Torloff. Come out, wherever you hide.
Go on like this forever.
No reason to be a bitch about it.
Nothing amazes me anymore. Tell me that isn't true.
I want to.
What to believe anymore.
That's fucking 20 points at this point.
You listen to the
That
wrong people.
really
Cut.
hurts.
Don't say you didn't know that. You never would have thought of that. Don't tell me you didn't.
I've come from.
So it's true. Blair said that rumors. What about the paladins?
They've been thoroughly.
Good. Maybe that will make Lord Hagen the fewer paladins.
You can't rely on
Yeah, you're making a very good point there. Now then, with that we have, well, basically done our worst.
It can't go on like this forever.
Guess it's time to start actually getting a bit stronger. Bloop. Bloop. Man bonus.
I've got my own opinion about that. Nothing amazes me anymore. I can't believe that. I'm better off myself. Is it really true?
Tell me that isn't true.
Yeah, I could start eating apples now.
Will it ever change? All that matters is strength. So don't tell me that. That was quite obvious.
Let's drink those two.
People.
The things I could tell you.
I'd have gone about it differently. Of course we got him in the end. He never would have thought of that himself.
And let us not forget about archery.
Belior himself was after him. Is it really true?
Mm-hmm.
This forever. Is it really true?
And with that we are at 132 strength unbuffed. That is technically speaking allowing me to equip.
You listen to the wrong people.
Same old thing all over.
You mustn't believe everything you hear.
Yeah, York Slayer.
Do you really believe that?
Nice.
Not my problem.
Quite long. I mean, it's not the longest, but it's one of the longer one-handed weapons. It has 130 damage, which is pretty fucking amazing, mind you. I've got a new armor, I've got a new weapon. I'm feeling probably well equipped actually at this point.
That's all.
Could use a new crossbow though. Thinking about it. Also opens up, of course, the fact that we can now equip some more random things. Could go, for example, for Franco's amulet, which gives a nice mix, but honestly, weapon protection and stuff is going to get a lot more useful from here on out.
It can't go
Fire protection is game. And stuff like this, which is just a generally awesome amulet, we're going to use for the moment.
I'm no better off myself.
You mustn't believe everything you
And let's see, do we have one more of the...
So don't tell me that.
I hardly know what to believe.
But this one,
He doesn't see that. Nobody will learn anything from me.
which does helps. Then we have the build of dexterity, build of protection.
It's all just gossip.
I really would like to have a build for the dragon armor, but I don't think Bennett has that yet.
You listen to the wrong people.
Bit of an annoyance.
Really not my problem.
What do you...
Yes, the mercenary build, but not the one for the armor. Maybe Elite will have one? That would be cool. Because we do get a nice little bonus when we actually...
Hey! What...
Only.
Yeah, no, we don't have that either. Set. Well then, I've done this nonsense.
Yeah, he really said that.
It was just like you said.
Yes, it's time to go to Jarkinder again. That should be reasonably fast to do. And we're kinda left with, yeah, the only option left. Going for the monastery. And I think you actually need a sleep spell to get to that, but we should still have a few sleep spells. Where's the fucking sword? Yeah. Few. I said one is what I have. Wait, can't I just use the teleporter? Yes, of course I can use the teleporter. Why am I making this more difficult than it needs to be? Yeah. I don't know reason to make this more complicated than it needs to be when I can use the bloody teleporters. That means I can now run around in my new shiny armor. That's such a nice armor. I mean, look-wise, I still prefer the mercenary army because it looks just more rugged and mercenary-like. The Dragon Hunter armor, at least the first one, like this, that looks like a proper good armor. Not bad at all. Also, I really have to think now. Is there anywhere close by a better weapon than the Orc Slayer for one-handed? Honestly, I don't think so. Not off the top of my head, at least. No. No, I really don't think so. Well, to be completely fair with you, it doesn't matter overly much because we are quite well equipped. So there's not really much we need to fear. I'm not gonna give Xardas my weapon, even if he's going to ask for it. Like, I can take care of it. No, you can't. If you wanted to take care of it, you would have to actually do the fucking work. The footwork, you fucking asshole.
Let's do.
Because he's the kind of guy who just sits there and expects results, while I'm the kind of guy who has to run out there and do all the actual fucking working stuff. Give me all the heals, give me all the heals, those are pretty useful. Do you have sleep? You don't have sleep. Sad. Noises. Light spells. Pretty sweet. But we have of course found a solution for that, haven't we? Hey, Brilliant, wake up.
Teach me. And what do you want?
Not the elixir of dexterity, mind you, but I also have to do points. I only really need to learn the strength one.
Hey! What will you...
We shall stay here all too long. I don't know.
Now then, since going into the swamp would mean equipping my other armor again. Yeah, let's first take a look around. I mean, I don't think we'll have an overabundance of respawn to deal with, so I'm not overly worried that this is going to take long. At least as far as I remember, I don't think you get much respawn. I mean, I might be wrong, mind you. It's always an option, but at least from what my memory says, the re-hunting trips through Jarkindar and the Mayan Valley never were that long. I mean, how long did it take me to finish the Valley of Mines again? Like... round about maybe 40 minutes to an hour? So in the sheer size of the area, most of that was just walking. And it's actually ideal, when you think about it. That is still, in my opinion, that is the ideal size. And I mean, honestly, feel free to disagree. But I think Gothic 1, that was the height. That was how to make a free, roamable world. Just the right size. Big enough that you actually can expect to find cool hit stuff everywhere. Not so big that you get lost. You lose too much focus. That too is a problem. You make a world that is too big. Kind of the problem that the Elder Scrolls has for me. I mean, I played the last Elder Scrolls I played. It was Morrowind. I played completely, even with the add-ons, expansion packs and stuff, and I did play a bit of Oblivion, if memory serves. Oh no, I actually finished the story in Oblivion. I didn't play to as much of a completionist state as Morrowind. Yeah, a few problems with that series. One thing, they are easy to cheese. Yes, because of how the system is set up. And even if you ignore that fact, they are just too big. The world is too big, there's too much empty space. To put it quite mildly. And that's what happens when you make a giant map and you're like, well, you can go pretty much everywhere, then people will go everywhere and they will find out that there is not much in between. The traveling itself gets very boring and it kinda dampens my excitement, you know? Not at first. At first it's like, oh, I have never been here, but after you see the fucking 100th small little forest and its clearings, I kinda, you know, I like, another one, eh? Cool. Happens to the best of us. Jesus. Really does sound fucking creepy, doesn't it? Oh, there shouldn't be much in the way of respawns here. Yeah, actually, let me get into the house. I think this was the house where the mine crawlers were. Mine crawlers are a bit of a plague, honestly. Once they have have become an infestation in an area, they are really hard to get rid of, actually. They would need to kill the queen to stop them from reproducing all over the fucking place. Quite literally, mine crawlers everywhere. Horrible. Just fucking horrible. No then, nothing down here. Let's go to the other house, then we go over to the pirates. Honestly though, I'm not expecting much. Let me say it like this. A bit different from the Valley of Mines, where we have to kinda let out, or, you know, stop our journey at certain enemies. With that, avoid certain areas. In Jarkandar we have pretty much free reign, which is good, but it also makes the area a bit harder. I think that's actually the problem in Gothic 2 when you take Jarkandar, the Valley of Mines and Corinus into consideration. The area is kinda big to travel. And while the first time when, you know, everything is full of enemies and full of stuff you can pick up is really cool and interesting, you see this. I mean, this is still doable, but that's it's actually already above the upper limit of what I would consider good. I mean, what can you do? Can only provide so much stuff. Hey, Mr. Citizen.
There you are again.
And?
I manage. With clothes, I could get through the winter. After
that we shall see indeed. No then, I don't think we actually need to go all the way to the temple building. I think having a quick look from here should be more than enough. Looks clear to me. Now, if you follow this path, we can get basically all the way to the back to where we started. Quite close to our main camp and quite close to pirates. And we're gonna go into the canyon, check if any razors or other nonsense has respawned. I mean, we are now very well protected. Should not be much of a problem. All things considered. Once we're finished with that, we're gonna back to the mage's camp, then we're gonna change our armor so that the bandits don't, you know, start trying to murder us. Which they should not try, mind you. At this point we are quite a bit above their pay grade. You can hear the ocean in the background. I mean, honestly, I'm always kinda interestingly surprised. Even in Baldur's Gate, the background sound, the ambient noise is actually made quite well. When you think about it. Which is really nice. I mean, Baldur's Gate still is a bit on the head when it comes to it. But then again, that game is old as fuck. This game is still a bit younger. And they did it quite well, honestly. And then, of course, the fact that we do have quite a bit of night music going on here. That too can really enhance your experience in a game. Good music. Maybe that's actually one of the main reasons why I played through the original Nier as much as I did. It's also Nier Automata. All the way to completion. Everything done. I also have the hours of playtime to pick it up. Which was quite harrowing with memory serves, because there's a lot of time I had to take from somewhere. And time is basically the one constraint. I mean, quite literally, but you can only do one full-time job with, you know, at a time. And I will admit that sometimes I was tempted to look at gaming as a bit of another one, and that yet backfired quite horribly. I do wonder though. Do wonder though sometimes. Maybe if I were a lot younger, I might actually have chosen to try my luck and, you know, try to making a career out of gaming in some capacity. Don't really think that's you know, a stable one, but, you know, I guess I could have tried at some point. But that sort of sitting back and being like, maybe if I only had this, you know, that's a fucking waste of time. The only time you should reflect is if you actually try to learn something from the past. Not really to just sit there and be like, oh, I'm so miserable, if I only had done this or that. Nonsense. That's not gonna help you at all. A reflection, my friends. Very important. Xardas so far you have been a very peaceful experience. Quite a bit of a disparity compared to the first visit, where you quite literally tried to kill me at every corner. Then again, I guess there wouldn't be much respawn, mostly because, I mean, technically speaking, this could be your first visit, Chapter 3, yes, Chapter 3 could be your first visit to the world of Xardas. Could be. Yo, Alligator Jack.
Teach, what is it?
Skin reptiles. Very useful, but not even boss bar is gonna buy those of you, so... And I end up with a I don't need that really in my life.
Leave me alone.
Thank you, I really wanted my money back. Don't think I have ever forgotten about my money. You fucking foolish creature. Hello people, look at my cool new armor. Aren't I looking awesome? A pen. Okay. Yeah, apparently there's a very secret hidden pen there.
How are very funny. I'll just wait and see what...
He's gonna find a solution, he's fucking Greg.
Anything. Now that Greg has come back,
Oh, why your head hurts? Mostly because I have been rather busy drinking yesterday and that it's kinda, you know, taking its toll on me. First time trying to drink in like month and oh boy, I feel that. But thanks for asking. Already have that. You could say it's a self-induced state. Yeah. What can I say? It was a nice evening, a good mood, and it hurts.
can you for the last time?
Oh, come on. Why don't you want to take me to Korea's?
Anything.
Wait a moment. Not as far as I...
Wait, he's like, wait a moment. Looks around suspiciously. No, nothing. Ah, bloody hell.
Hey, is there?
You'd better go ask.
Will do. Will do.
Hey, you.
Thanks to you, Greg is making me saw planks now. Just leave.
Hey,
That's really gonna take a while, Francis. Do you know how many fucking trees are on this island? I mean, I never counted them, but I'm sure somebody at Piranha Bytes is probably having a list of, you know, things. I'm sure it's a many. A great many trees.
Hey. What else? I could get you.
Do you have anything though? No, not really. Not really. Ah, yeah. I mean, to be fair, you know, playing a bartender without, at some point at least, taking yourself a nice little drink is kind of pointless. Though really, I'm feeling my lack of practice, let's say. I actually mentioned this before, but you know, there was a time in my life, around my early 20s to mid-20s, when I could drink like a fucking fool. And I wouldn't even feel it. Nowadays I drink two, well, I mean, generous glasses of whiskey, and the next day it's like, ugh. I guess that's one part of getting older, I suppose. And then again, I rarely drink, and even then, it's mostly for pleasure, so... But then again, this is actually a good, nice little reminder that if I ever would plan to do something, you know, like... She saw that once. A drunken stream. I should probably start with something a bit lighter than whiskey. Probably better to do that with beer if I want to do that at a reasonable time, you know? Like a few hours. Also, I should probably prepare a bit more in the way of water to drink in between. That too could have helped a bit. Oh well. Like I said, first time in a long, long while. It's always nice and like, you should have known better. Yes, I know. Which is something my mother tends to tell me a lot when I come over when I have a headache, because I don't want to be bothered to actually go in my kitchen and cook something. So I was like, you should know better. Yes, mother, I damn well know better, but that doesn't really stop people from doing stupid things. Yes, never, will never. That's how humans are. We damn well know better, we just don't act on it. Which I can avoid, luckily enough, because actually I was smart enough yesterday, Friday, to prepare something and cook it and eat it, and the rest of that is actually sitting nice and easy in my fridge, just waiting for me to, you know, fill my stomach enough to go over and start heating that up. God bless preparations. I really don't get much respawn in Jarkenda. Honestly, not. I guess we go back to the mages, we change our armor, we visit the bandit camp in the swamp. That's probably not going to be much. Then... Actually, can I... I mean, I can go through the cave, through the swamp if I want to. Do I want to, though? You know what? Why not? Seriously, though. As long as we don't find anything overly worthy of celebration, and honestly, maybe I should actually set some goals or something. I mean, it's my hobby, you know, so I don't really feel like working towards a specific goal. Maybe setting a goal so you have an excuse to celebrate once you reach it. That might actually be not a bad idea. Would kind of then lead me to the question, though, how the heck am I supposed to celebrate it with people? How do people on the internet celebrate? I mean, I can't invite you to, you know, take a drink or something. That's gonna be a bit difficult. I mean, I guess we could technically just drink at the same time. That would be something. Or we could... What do people do? Oh, right. Stuff like giveaways, don't they? How would I do that? Yeah, right. It's the wrong entrance, isn't it? Pretty sure it is. Yes, it is. We need the other mine. Do we even have something to give away? That's actually a good question, eh? No, actually, even now that I think about it, I actually do have one extra version of Divinity, don't I? I think I got that at some sale at some point. Oh, right. I got that when I actually have the 2 version of that lying around. Got that with my Steam version, don't I? Yes, yes, I did. Actually good that I came back here, because there's actually stuff I kinda overlooked apparently. Seriously, not many new creatures to murder. Kinda disappointed, can't even try out my nice new armor. Overly much. Kinda wanna test it against the orcs or something. Something, you know, a bit sturdy that can really push out some damage. Which is surprisingly hard to do when there's nothing around that actually tries to murder you. Okay. Map, please tell me. Oh shit, I know what. Now I remember how to do this. Because I think it's actually this. You climb up there and then you can go through. Yeah, this looks... Fish looks right, doesn't it? Yeah, di da di da di da di da di da di da. Using the really prepared road. That's not how we do it here. We climb. I mean, our nameless hero has the jumping ability of a true hero, a Mario level hero. So why not make use of it? Well, and since on the other side of this cave is actually mainnet territory, let me change things around. This armor too, quite nostalgic. I think the most times I joined with the old camp, if I count Gothic 1 playthroughs, and this basically was the... This is basically the armor I'm most familiar with. The High Guard armor. Didn't get much better than this, let me tell ya. No boy. This bad boy can take a lot of punishment. It's enjoyable. Then again, we're almost done with a little exploration. Well, I guess re-exploration. Since, of course, technically speaking, we already murdered our way through this area. Of course, we did. Jesus, Jalkanda, you are quite empty once cleared. I mean, seriously. So little going on. Ah, well, I guess that's gonna make this journey a... excuse me. Reasonably short one is what I wanted to say. Oh, ouch. That one I actually felt in my head. Okay, sneezing is not a good idea. Let us try to avoid that until further notice. I think at some point in the near future, once we have done a bit more, I'm gonna start preparing my oven so I can heat my food. Get something to eat. Because after all, later on we're gonna have another stream, don't we? It is Saturday, it is a near day, I do like that. do would like to be, you know, somewhat hearty and healthy when it is time for that. But what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to eat something, then I'm gonna lie down a bit. But if we can start at, well, with literally full health, or speak in very much gamey terms. But seriously, you people, you could have prepared a few more, couldn't you? A few more enemies for me to slaughter. Me and my crossbow, my poor little crossbow, can't find any targets. That's just sad, isn't it? You're making my crossbow sad. And could there be anything worse than a sad crossbow? I personally don't think there's much. Well then, that out of the way, I suppose all that's left is fighting with the bandits. Hello bandits, it is I, your hero, again. Totally not here to murder more of you.
You again? Try to...
About the...
What do you want?
Honestly, not much. Since you have a name, I at least won't murder you. Take that for whatever it's worth, but that's something.
What's new?
Nah, there's nothing new.
Oh, nothing new? Okay. I mean, aren't you missing a few bandits, you know? Just asking. Like in the guys I murdered. Oh, don't want to talk about that? Okay. Cool, man. Very cool. We did kind of clean out this camp, didn't we? I mean, rightfully so. They're a bunch of bloody assholes.
Hey, you!
I'll come back later.
Nothing new from you, and you also just want to teach me nonsense about bloody mom sharks, which are not around anymore. Just gotta point that out, you know. Where did that herb guy? Should be around here, actually. I didn't murder him, as far as I'm aware. So where the fuck are you going? Where have you disappeared to? Is that because it's night? Night. Very early morning, more like. Nightmares prevent you from resting. I know, game. I know. Forcing him to sleep when he clearly sees visions of horrible things in the past. Naked hooded man, changing.
Hey. Let's do...
More potions. One cannot have enough potions, because those are gonna make your life very easy. Then again, don't hoard them till the very end, because honestly, you make your life a freaking living hell. Until then, you're kinda missing the point of having potions in the first place. Yo, Ramon. You feeling good about yourself? Yeah, just as me. So little things around. It's almost like somebody went around and murdered people. Brutally and efficiently. That can't be the case now, can it?
What else?
Now I can fight.
Again, mostly because I murdered everybody involved.
How's been?
Good. Esteban's death is a reason.
Nice.
Hey, you!
Give me some.
Not so good. Not really much more to deal with though. Light orc eggs. Fascinating. Very fascinating.
Everything. I just wanted.
Yeah, like we all.
Hey, you!
Show me what.
Nope, nothing new. At least nothing I'm interested in buying. Let's say it like this. Probably a better and proper way of saying it.
Show me your.
Turnip. Got it. Now I think the last one who can actually trade with me is Getty, isn't it? It's the last thing I need to take care of.
Stop it right now.
Just wanted to check for something out. You have the key. That is the key for this chest, isn't it? Not worth it. I'm not gonna kill poor Taurus for that. Not for... I mean, if that just held a really powerful weapon or something, I'd be like, okay,
Hey,
Taurus,
you.
maybe we need to murder you here and now, but not for that nonsense. Ah.
Trying to pick another fight.
Yeah, not really. Not really.
Let's deal.
I have no bloody reason to pick a fight with you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Also, some people feel the fucking need to fucking scream. Instead of talking like normal people, I always love it. Fucking monkeys. Ah, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. That's probably pissing off fucking Xardas. Actually, there's no reason to go in here now, is there? Let us use the teleporter and come back to the mages. Right, is Taurus pissed? Nah, Taurus is actually reasonably well okay with that. For once. He's like, well, don't care. Didn't see it. Now, if you can get the fucking gate guard down, nice extra XP.
Stop it right now.
Bye bye, Taurus. We did well. Now, since that is also done, we shall go to the monastery now, because that's actually where we are supposed to go next. Then over to the other side. And probably a very good idea to change the armor before we go anywhere from here, because otherwise I can already see myself dying. Quite nastily. What you wanting to say, game, is that I don't have any mana. Okay, game. I getcha. No reason to really be that much of an asshole about it, but you know. Also a good start for eating apples. Lots and lots of apples. Because as we all know, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, and 50 apples a day make you strong like an ox. Well-known medical knowledge. Basically, that's the one little trick that doctors don't want you to know about. Okay? Yes, go right ahead. Eat 25 apples at once. You will feel stronger already. Tastes juicy and fresh. We're gonna do this until we get another point of strength, then we're gonna stop. I know my health is already full. Good. Now we need some mana. Where do my blue elder go? Now then. Back we are in the nice little world of Corinus. Such a nice place. In Gothic 1, Gothic 1 is Gothic 1 does not have that up through upping your stats or anything, but you up training. Gothic 1 is the very, very easy game when it comes with stats. You can only get them up through bloody training. Actually, I don't even know if Vanilla Gothic 2 had that. Knight of the Raven does have it, but Knight of the Raven also introduced the idea of higher costs to level up your stats. So, this point in time, I'm over 100 strength. It takes 20 learning points to get me 5 points of strength.
Hey, you!
That point in time, you don't want to do that anymore.
Show me your...
Sadly, you will not be able to do that in Gothic 1. But then again, in Gothic 1, you don't really need all that much. And you will get your strength to 100, which is the max anyway, in a reasonable time frame if you want to. So, you know, it's not like you're really overly...
Hey, you. Hey, you. Ever been to the monastery?
Maybe. Why?
Are they still taking on people? I wouldn't know where else to turn.
Where do you come from?
I used to be captain of a big whaler. My ship, the good old Magdalena, was sunk by pirates All I ever wanted was to go back to sea. Since the only ship which is anchored in Corinus is that blasted war galley of the king. So what else can I do?
You'd better get...
Don't worry. I've already noticed that the wilderness out here...
Well, I mean, you already know that, then I guess I have really nothing to say. Then again, Gothic 1 is easy to max out. Mostly because, well, max 100 strength, and you only have 2 levels of skills for mastery. One-handed or two-handed. That's 30 learning points. At most. Quite easy to max.
I can see that the rumors are true.
What rumors?
That you've joined up with those dragon hunters.
Well, yeah.
Well, you never were a man of the church. Nevertheless...
Is that all?
I'm glad, of course. And the way you look, every orc is bound to be afraid of you.
Well, I have to say we're alive.
Only about the orcs.
I know, but nonetheless, they're a problem. You defeated the Sleeper.
Oh, well. I need to get it.
I can't let you into the monastery without the permission of my superior. It won't work.
Yeah.
How did you get to the...
What kind of a question is that? I crept through the... Admittedly, it was never easy avoiding all the monsters making themselves at home on this side of the valley.
Oh, that's nice.
Do you know where the...
Gorn seems to have coped with his stay in... In any case, he wanted to go to Lee and see after the grub they serve in the dungeon. He's probably stuffing his face right now. Diego mumbled something about a reckoning, but I suspect he's in the city. You know him.
Oh, yeah, I do know. Oh, anything about the hooded people?
No, but I have a bad... Be careful if you run...
Too late, I murdered all of them.
I need to...
I can't without...
I know. I've got a letter though.
I've got a letter.
Show me.
See? See, I've got my letter.
Here's the key to the monastery.
Why? Thank you very much, my friend. Now then, of course, before we go in there, we're gonna talk to everybody, because this is the first time we're actually inside here.
How are the...
How do you think they are? I'd rather know what's happening outside.
Strangers in black robes roam the countryside.
What do you mean?
Nobody knows where they've come from. They wear long... They seem to be some kind of magician.
That sounds very disturbing.
There are
dragons? I always thought they only existed in horror stories.
Nah, they actually do.
They're there, believe me.
But the king's paladins will...
We'll see.
Yeah. Really, 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 really.
I'll never get this open without the right key.
Nothing in here. It's already a set start.
Welcome, my son.
Welcome
Where
indeed.
do you come from?
I've come from the...
Then I bid you welcome in the name of hospitality. Do not abuse your place as a guest.
What's your job here?
I prepare the paladin.
Nice. What is evil then?
What is...
Evil is everywhere. It is the all-encompassing blackness. Beliar is the lord of darkness,
horrifying.
of hate. Only those among us in whose hearts burns the holy
Yes, you're a zealot. We all know.
But there are only magicians and...
That is correct. In contrast to our community, the paladins honor the great deeds of... We are the representatives of Innos, but the That's totally obvious.
Is there anything...
I am an expert in the magic of... However...
I only instruct magicians, and you are not one.
The enemy is apparently...
What do you mean?
One of the paladins look in broad daylight. It has gone too... Who told you that?
Bennett is innocent.
How do you know?
I have found proof.
Sometimes I think that treason and...
But you don't say.
What's gonna happen?
Pretty damn human, isn't it?
Moreover, of a paladin is... The murderer will...
Yeah, but you know, maybe not be that quick with your judgment for once.
Out! What do you want here? Just say that wasn't so hard.
Better watch out who you tell that to.
There's something floaty.
What do you want here? Go! Say that wasn't so hard.
Do, 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 do. I am not here. Always a pleasure. I mean, to be fair, the AI has improved quite a bit, considering that in Gothic 1 it was a lot
I'll never
easier
get this open without the right key.
to fool them, but
So what was your business in there, huh?
you know how it is. It will never be perfect, and the players will always find ways to cheese the AI. I mean, it's basically the player's job at this point, when you think about it. Enjoyable, indeed. Also, I'm thinking for the... I wonder why I'm a bit silent. I'm thinking for something, and... you know, usually I have my Pizza Friday. I did not have my Pizza Friday yesterday, and I kind of feel like pizza, but... eating something that fatty while you're not in the best state. That's really not a good idea, usually speaking. It is kind of a tradition, you know. Pizza Friday, respectively Pizza Saturday, if not available on Friday. Has been a long-standing tradition. It will, however, most likely, considering that I do like to have some, you know, strong and spicy stuff on there, it's probably going to murder my stomach, isn't it? Probably better here to eat actually the porridge I had yesterday. But you know, that's Kinda like, you damn well know you shouldn't, but you kinda want to, don't you? Ah. Bit of internal monologue going on in my poor little head, going like, yeah, but maybe. But maybe we could, you know.
Nothing's ever gonna change that.
And then we're done with this side.
There's more, believe me.
Hey, you!
Yeah, you indeed.
What can I do for you?
Have you got it?
No. Well, fuck you too then, I suppose.
No one must violate the divine order.
Yo, Aegon.
What are you planning?
We're trying to grow healing plants that...
So how?
You are only a guest here in the monastery of Inas. Therefore...
I should probably not be that arrogant for being just a fucking novice.
Can I be of assistance?
Don't know.
What's your task?
My tasks are many and varied. Not only am I... Moreover, I supervise the wine cellar. So, if there's anything you...
I need a few...
I need a few things. Opens up inventory. Give me all your healing potions, man. You don't need those. I, however, I can make much use of those. Also, why are you setting sleep spells? And the key to the main gate for some reason. Are you... how to put this nicely? An idiot? Are you going to be pissed if I steal your...
Filthy thief, just you wait.
He is gonna be pissed off. I mean, I can beat him down, but... it kinda feels like an invitation for the paladins to storm onto Bennett's land and be like, "Hurrah, revenge for fallen mage brother." Honestly, you don't really have anything up here that I really need, or is it? A bit of wine is not really worth it.
Hey you! What are you creeping around there for?
No reason to be that suspect of me. Hey, baboo.
What are you...
I must not speak with you.
That doesn't sound terribly happy.
Well, I mean, everything only...
Oh, come on.
And you really won't...
Do I look like I would?
Alright.
Come on, spit it.
Xardas, that's the novice. He threatened to give them to the...
No, well, that sounds horrible.
What kind of...
That's, nobody...
Come on.
They are, entire...
I won't ask any... What are you...
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think.
Maybe I...
You would do that?
Well, that
why not?
depends, of course.
Naturally,
How much?
Of course, I don't have much money, but I...
I'll see.
Honestly, so, you only need to find out where Xardas keeps this stuff.
Relax. You...
Don't you worry, my friend. I'll take care of it. But first, there is stuff here, and we shall get our hands on said stuff. Of course. Come on. Yeah, it's Strategy Mamba. Haven't seen you in a while. What game is this? This is Gothic too. Surprisingly enough, well, it's only around, 20 years old at this point, but a pretty nice game. As for what kind of game, I guess it's, a role-playing game. I mean, it has a level system and all, so that's kind of what it is. Pretty nice, I'd say. Although, to be fair, it is just a bit old. Just 20 years or so. Oh, rather, I mean, it's Gothic too, so 19 years, I suppose. It is kinda a better, in my opinion, version of Skyrim. Though I can't really compare to Skyrim because I never really played Skyrim. As the Elder Scrolls is concerned, Oblivion or Morrowind is basically where it's at for me.
What smart kid.
But yeah, basically an open world RPG. A Western version, that means without, you know, nothing of that. I would kind of disagree. Then again, I was never much of a fan of the Elder Scrolls in general. Morrowind was fun.
Hey,
Oblivion was okay.
why are you bothering me?
And I still rather play Gothic anyway. Any day of the week, to put it mildly.
Can I learn from?
I pass on.
Daggerfall, actually, that's right. I never played Daggerfall. That is true.
Could you brew me up?
Do you doubt?
I might want to do that though.
So
How much do you ask?
for the brewing itself,
Can I learn?
I pass on my knowledge only.
Great. But I guess we can let him brew stuff for us if we need. That's good. I might at some point actually play it, just because why not? You should not judge a book without actually having read it, so, you know. I'd be willing to try it. Oui.
I'll never get this open without the right key. I'll never get this open without the right key.
I mean, that's not much of a problem. Actually, Gothic, especially the first one, is also well known for having a bit of a hard time getting into. Mostly because of the controls and stuff like that.
It was his decision, wasn't it?
But you know, that's not much of a problem as far as I'm concerned.
What?
This is where they keep the whole.
What relic?
Here rests the hammer of Innos.
Nice.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, it's a lot of size. See, that's actually... You can overdo it with your open world. You can overdo it quite a bit. That's actually what kinda stopped my interest in the Elder Scrolls for the series after a while, because it's just too much. And there's too little concentrated stuff in it. But then again, you know, it's not like I'm not willing to give it a try. Whee! You take a nice break for once. Thanks for the hammer though.
Could have told you that before.
You are not permitted.
You don't have to
Okay.
tell me that.
He made that very clear and very concise. You are not permitted here. Okay, okay. Don't mind me, I'm just entertaining my new little armor. Looking good. Looking very good. Now let's change it to a bandit armor and see how everyone starting getting busy attacking me. It's always nice to see how you can trick the air. I mean, to be fair.
What's your business here?
It's old.
Smart kid.
Shut up, you bloody bastards. I'm just about to be very much happy with myself. Oh well. You're a bit close for comfort, aren't you?
Hey, you.
Just saying. That sounds interesting.
We need to.
Yes? What's wrong?
You've got something which belongs to Babo.
It sounds like a
What
very
might
interesting
that be?
A
situation.
few papers.
He would, wouldn't he? I can imagine.
Where have you got?
Well, of course I don't have them on.
Where are?
I have them safely locked up.
I never get a key from you, eh?
Put away that weapon.
Will you stop it now?
Will you stop it now?
Come on. This is not my fault. Would also try to play Morrowind again at some point. That too was kind of fun. First time around it was fun. Game is loading heavily.
I'll never get this open without
What do
the
you
right
want
key.
here? See, that wasn't so hard.
I guess I'm gonna have to take care of that at some point in the future.
We have not yet spoken with one another. We do not tolerate brawling in the monastery. We live here according to rules. For your crime.
How much?
50 gold.
There's more.
Sure.
I want to pay.
I accept your donation.
It's free, you say. That's kind of nice.
May Inos give you the wisdom not to make the...
I mean, technically speaking, if I wanted to play Morrowind, I would actually have to go down and look for the physical copy of it.
Where can I?
Nobody wants to know.
I always act in the name of Inos.
Still not much of a problem, but you know.
How's it go?
I thank Inos that I.
You already know.
Then thank us all the more.
Inos deals out fair punishment.
Could have told you that before.
I'm staying.
I don't think they're gonna be very happy if I steal those.
Is there anything?
Dismissed.
Dismissed. That's not something you say to somebody who have or not talked to anything.
No. Not.
People are not very talkative. That's actually a very nice move for once. And Bethesda is really not known for making nice moves, generally speaking.
I think I'm.
Not without a token of your respect.
Great.
Here, drink this.
Nice. You don't say that. Yeah, I know people that would buy generally very old games. Or betting in an eyelash. Like I would buy Gothic physical version if it were still around.
I've come from.
What do you have to report?
The enemy has formed up there with an army of.
We have
Yeah, not any longer. We took
Milton.
care of that.
But what about the king's shipment of ore?
The mine they are digging for Garand in the valley cannot satisfy the demands of the king.
The days are becoming grayer, and the
Yeah,
light of the
probably
sun
not. Then again,
is
it's not
ever
really like
weaker.
piracy has
I was
damaged
attacked by
their
men in black
operation
robes.
that much.
I know. Those are the seekers.
I think actually
Henchmen
most
from the
companies
nether
would
realms of
probably in the end have paid more for
Beware of
their
them. They will
very
try to
excessive in
take
some
possession of
cases piracy protection,
possessed,
and they actually have
you will
inquired
no
in losses
longer
through
be
piracy.
yourself. Only here in the monastery could you find help then, so be careful.
Yeah, I'd imagine that they would not just give the IP itself away.
Directly back to the monastery if you
That's also a nice little backdoor, so they can basically, you know,
we must
play around and let other people play around. And worst case scenarios can be like, it's still mine. Typical.
I see that you have received an authorization from... I am afraid that I have to disappoint you. The Eye of Enos has been
Wow. Who?
Who did this?
Evil is cunning, and usually works in secret.
Oh, no.
These days, it's a different matter. This can only mean that he no longer fears any adversary and is not going to shrink back from anything. One of our most faithful followers, a candidate for the high robe of the Magicians of Fire, the enemy has taken possession of him, thus inflicting a terror. Pedro has forced his way into our most... I fear that he simply spent too much time by himself, outside of the gates, and thus beyond the protective walls of the...
Well, yeah, you have kind of let him stand outside there for bloody years. Yeah, I can imagine that. Oh boy.
Where did
Pedro knock down some of the other novices who tried to stop him, and many novices have gone after him to bring the eye back. If you want to catch up with him, you need to hurry. One more little thing. Stay away from the road. No one can say what. It is not your task to solve this problem.
Well, yeah, but if I were a paladin...
Not so fast. A
Jesus
mercenary
Christ.
for hire of your kind could be of use to us in this matter.
Whom should I kill?
Whom should I kill?
For Inos' sake, no one, of course. This business demands a bit more finesse, you lout. Salandrill, the alchemist from the upper end of town, is guilty of a serious crime, and must be punished for it.
Well,
However,
well.
he has refused to come to the... How you accomplish this does not matter to us.
No problem.
Good. We expect...
Yes, yes, yes. I'm sure we can deal with that. That's how we can now stop being a possessed one. Finally, we can stop seeing hooded men dancing in our dreams. And do we want to go to the... Yes, we want to go to the city. Because we actually want to do two things. We want to give the judge his hammer. Vascarinius Valley, Harbor City. And we apparently also want to get somebody judged. Still town. Nice day to arrest somebody, isn't it? I'm sure he's going to be very, very, very much happy about it. Yeah, I might actually take a look at that Daggerfall. Why not? I'm not afraid of old games. And I have a tendency to play them a lot. Because, you know, back in the day, I was young and played those games. They were the shit. Put it mildly. Now, will the judge be at his home though at this point? Should be, technically speaking. Should be. Let's find out. Yes, yes. He's gonna be very happy about that.
Here's the safe.
I'm truly impressed. Fine. If that's how it is. Some days ago, several of those bastards have taken off to the mountains. Somewhere in the direction of Xardas' new town.
How do you know about Xardas?
The leader is Morgahard. I will go. Hurry before they're gone. Put that weapon.
Still invincible. I have to try that out because I know that he is going to stay invincible probably until the 5th chapter. But I wasn't sure. And, you know, does it really hurt to try out? Yes, I know, game, you have to load everything. This was how this game set up its system. It is quite literally trying to load everything in using heavily the CPU. Because way back when, you know, your CPU usually was a lot stronger than your GPU.
Enlightens all those who recognize his wisdom.
And that led back then to also very nice results. Then again, nowadays your GPU usually is a lot stronger than your CPU. Or at least, you know, a lot stronger than it was back then.
Hey, you!
Times really have changed, haven't they? Now then, come here, my little friend, because you are under arrest.
I've heard you are with the Paladins. You should take your time and browse my...
Show me your...
An elixir of dexterity. Sure, I'll buy that. Now then.
You go to the monastery.
What? Have you gone off your rocker? Like hell.
I have my orders and I'm going to carry them out, so...
What? I'll drag you through town by your collar like a filthy rag.
I mean, you can try. Not gonna work, but you can try.
Nothing to plunder.
Go to the monastery. I am... You know, I mean, I'm not looking on the clock, otherwise I would take a lot more time with this, but I have other things to do. I would very much like you to, you know, get your ass in gear and go over there. I mean, there aren't that many hiding places close to Xardas Tower. Also, why the fuck does the judge know?
We'll see the next time.
Hey!
We won't.
All right.
So, are you going...
You'll live to regret this. Yes, damn it.
What do you mean, get away with this? I'm quite literally just beat the shit out of you. And I can do it again. What do you expect is going to happen from here? Strange person, that one. Really thinks he can annoy me, huh? I remember when we started this game, we were so bloody weak. Even this fight would have probably been quite a bit annoying. Once again, I don't like to say it, but you're still kinda loading your textures. Kinda interesting.
I never knew that.
I guess I know where that comes from. It happens when you use the teleportation runes in places, which kinda messes up things. Now then, bandits near Xardas Tower. I can hardly imagine where. And I guess I'm gonna give them a nice little warning about a certain judge being very, very, very annoyed with them. I'm not gonna murder them. Well, most likely, if they give me a choice, that is. If not, oh well. XP bags, they shall become. Whee! I do wonder if they're gonna be in the cave or if they're gonna be in the little valley down below. Actually, let's find out if the shrines are actually desecrated. It is desecrated. I mean, if you pray in front of a shrine and you hear that sound, that doesn't really take a genius now, does it? And where to go next from here? We can teleport back to the monastery, I suppose. Get a payment for a job well done. Then we can go hunt a friendly neighborhood novice.
Leave me alone.
What the fuck are you doing here?
You better stay away from me if you don't want to.
Where is more?
We split up, so we wouldn't get caught so quick.
I'm not playing.
If the judge sent you, then you can tell him.
So what's your
That's none of you.
I have
over my dead body.
Oh, come on.
Put away that weapon. Smart kid.
That was not a wise decision. Because you can literally do anything. You have to expect losses and accept to get robbed. I mean, that is how it can happen, you know?
You haven't come to take his...
Put away.
Oops, didn't even want to lie down. That sounds interesting. Also sounds like a major project that's gonna take forever to set up and do.
Leave me alone.
I'm gonna at least give it a look. That much I can promise you. I don't like to make promises like I'm definitely going to do something when I'm not too sure. But at least I can promise you that I will take a look.
Oh man, my head.
Is this the letter I was looking for? I hope we'll meet again when things have come down. Don't worry, boys. We all failed to ask owner to see to it for us. Sylvester's note. Well, since they didn't want to get arrested, I suppose they found an interesting end. Now, if I go back to the Harbor City, is this gonna be enough? It's probably not gonna be enough to finish the quest now, is it? Some prisoners have escaped the church and turned them down and killed their leader. They are supposed to be hiding in the mountains. They're not. No reason to go to Xardas, I suppose. And go to the landlord. And see if we can find them. If that was easier than I had imagined.
You are Morgahard.
How come you know my name?
The judge is looking for you. You fled from his jail. What'd you do? Steal his wallet?
That is the governor's. And on his behalf, too.
Nice.
After we attacked the governor, he didn't want to share the booty with us. And had us arrested.
What
we
an
didn't want to
asshole.
wind up on the gallows. So we fled. We thought they'd never catch us that way. That seems to have been a mistake.
Just, there's a small one.
What can we do?
Nothing at all. He sits up there in the upper end of town like...
I wouldn't say that. We'd only need some proof of his guilt in the matter.
Proof, you say?
Mm-hmm.
I have...
Give me your proof, and I'll see to it that no one...
Are you sure?
Where did you pick that up?
Even if it doesn't change my guilt. It should...
Nice.
That swine of a judge.
Oh, don't worry, we're going to take care of that very easily. Now, who to give that to? Lord Hagen or Lord Andre? I mean, those would probably be very interested in that. So many nice choices we can do. Haley, are you interested?
I found something. Really? He hired a few thugs to... Shortly afterwards, he had them... I brought you the written order the judge gave...
Show me.
See? I have it.
At last. That should be it. I'm willing to shell out quite a bit for that. And not a word about this to any...
I mean, why should I? No. Well, another quest finished. Let us go back to the city.
I hardly know what to believe anymore.
See if he's actually gone.
I'm not telling you.
Then we're gonna back to the monastery and hunt Pedro. Well, I would like to get my hands on the fucking Eye of Venus at some point. Actually, where the fuck did he end up at? I don't even remember. Yeah, copy that. Copy that, where to find him now, can it?
Listen to the wrong people in enough trouble as it is.
That's terrible.
I remember time when they tried to stop me. Good old days.
And there's more, believe me.
Now then, you little judge boy. Most funniest thing in the world would be if he were now to try to attack me, for ratting him out and would give me an opportunity to murder him, would get his key. That I would like very much. Nope. Still. Game still thinks he is important enough to keep him immortal. I do need him in the 5th chapter, however, to get my hands on something. Because I'm a mercenary. Yes, game, I know. Just load stuff. Now then, let's get you out of the way. Where is my... I'm out of mana, aren't I? Yes, I am. Now then, let's try this again. Let's go in and talk nicely. Our friend.
Could have told you that before.
I couldn't care less. Beat it!
Then don't turn to me.
That'll only cause more trouble.
Salandril is...
Well done. Here is your reward.
Nice.
Is there any...
Dismissed.
Any... No.
Also good. Actually, since we now have the Magnet Beacon time sensitive quest done,
Could have told you that before.
I could sleep tonight time.
That isn't true.
What do you want here? Go!
What do you want?
Smart kid.
Because we need to beat him up.
What did you want? Get out!
I don't know well at how you did it, but
What do you want here? Go! Take your paws off that.
really sure that this is a good idea. You forgot my unlimited powers of teleportation, didn't you? You idiots. I can run away. Ah, then he's gonna be like, you committed a crime. Pay me some money, please. I'm gonna be like, sure.
Theft is a violation. These transgressions, you will pay.
How much?
150.
150.
I want to pay.
That's cheap. Now then, where did you keep Babu? Well, you don't have to tell me, I can just sleep. And he's gonna come out. Whoop. Now, where is he? Where did you hide that little...
Wait, mercenary.
What do you want?
The monastery is facing, at the moment, everyone seems to mistrust everybody else. I have an assignment for you from the highest authorities.
Ooh.
You're not a member of the Brotherhood of the Fire, and therefore, but I must warn you, if I give you this assignment, you'll be bound to fulfill it too. Once you know what it's about,
Tell me what you want.
All right, then listen well, for I'm only... Serpentis wants you to kill Pedro for his treason, as you will be paid as soon as this... I never said that, and you have...
I was going to kill him anyway, surprisingly enough. Now, let me save the game. I will need to look at something that I cannot show you, so... Where's my button? There's my button. But let's see if that actually is the paper I have in mind. Picture of a nude woman. It is indeed the picture I was thinking of. Very good. Also very good that I did not show you that. That would be a violation of the rules.
I've got your...
Really?
Yeah.
Are they really mine? Or...
Based on the bear...
You're no better than...
What have you got?
I can give you 100 and...
Agreed.
Here's the money.
Shit, kinda wanted to take that back. But alas.
We do not. We live here for your...
How much?
50.
I want...
What good did I remember what sort of documents he had. Oh boy. That can get you into very much hot water these days.
Hey! Do you know where...
Do you think I'd be standing around here? He must pay for his deeds. You have to help us.
I will, but it would be very helpful if you could, you know, point me in the right direction instead of sending me on a blind chase through the world. Also kind of like how it's like, oh yeah, he, you know, needs to die. Yeah, sure. Obviously he needs to die.
If you're headed...
What do you think?
Perhaps, but the way you look, I can hardly...
Enough of that nonsense. Novice's robe indeed. It's the grub I'm after.
Have you seen a...
Yeah, sure. He jumped into the water off the bridge and swam.
Jumped into the water, you say. I mean, there's only one way out from here, as far as I'm aware. That is this way. So, let us hunt him precisely. Also, once we're out of the water, I'm actually going to go over and start preheating my oven, because I'm still feeling somewhat under the effects of my little adventure. I can tell you. But my stomach is somewhat reminding me that I should actually at some point eat something. Actually, I kind of think I know where this hunt is going to end. Ending at a circle, isn't it? I mean, this is kind of the only way where it's possible to end, if you ask me. And then can we climb up here? No. I think if memory serves, this is completely set up in a way that you cannot just get out of the water here. And that is completely as intended, actually. Oh, was there actually a place where he stepped? Yes, there was. Finally out of the water. Now the main problem you have here is that from here on out you basically have no identification of where the fuck he flees, so you need to continuously ask people.
What's going on?
What do you mean?
You're the second fellow to rush past here.
Who was the other?
He looked like one of those brainy novices. You can say what you like, but...
Where did the other?
He ran up that...
I need...
Hey, no.
He's actually helpful, see? He looks like a bandit, but he's a very helpful sort. Just sitting there like, hey, I just wanted to tell you about this other guy I saw running up here. If everybody would be that helpful. Also, the good thing is, I mean, it is a good thing that my inventory now is clear of any contraband that is not supposed to be there. It kind of takes the opportunity away to misclick on that and showcasing bare facts. Because the last time I checked, neither YouTube nor, and he's going down, nor Twitch likes that very much. You know, you should have fallen down there. You're gonna curse me again, aren't you? Of course. You bloody asshole.
Now you. There he is.
Don't even try my patience. We are not any longer so weak that we fear you. All that preparation really pays off. Actually, I could take a speed potion, couldn't I? That kinda would save myself some time. Should have some. Whoop. Diddle-dum, diddle-dum, meow. No then. Look at that. A dead body. He floated a bit, but he kinda came down at last. Good as any sign, I would say that we are on the right track. And again, I kinda wonder, you know? I think there are more than one novice hunting Pedro. If he actually takes the time to, you know, stop running to attack the novices, he's losing his edge. We're gonna catch up to him. And he's going to, you know, probably feel very bad about himself in the near future. No, then the path is going to split here. I mean, it both leads to the same end result, so it's kinda, you know, kinda unimportant which way we go. And yeah, we're gonna end up precisely where I thought we would end up. Impressive. When I started this quest, I was like, I have no idea where the fuck is actually going to end. And right when we started, it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna end up at a circle, aren't we? Yes. Precisely where we're going to end up. Of course we will. Team not even priest anymore. Whee. And there's another dead novice. We wouldn't let that sit around now, would we? Not when we can take your stuff. Okay. Remote.
Have you seen
A lot of peculiar figures passed by here today, including those two jokers a while ago. A novice from the magicians of...
And by two jokers you mean those two, eh? Those look like real jokers.
What do you do?
What's it to you?
I'm looking.
That's very interesting.
Who would that?
You. I'm gonna...
Well, they should have probably sent somebody better. If they were looking for me. You fucking idiots. Oh boy. There were many great things you could have done there. But sending two fucking trams in my way is not really amongst them. Now we're gonna see them doing horrible things to the Eye of Innos. Basically rape. And that sounds very horrible the way... If you put that into a sentence, that makes it really sound very horrible. They are raping the Eye of Innos. Without context? Yeah, that sounds horrible.
You have come. We have destroyed the... We shall now demonstrate...
I can see dead novices everywhere. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Well, that sounded horrible.
Now.
You should know better, my friends. You really should know better. You cannot stop me. I'm invincible. And fast. Don't forget fast. Get over here.
You cannot.
Yeah, I'm not hiding. I've quite literally run right up into your face. The simple fact that I have not, you know, started touching you in uncomfortable places is pretty much everything. Apart from that, you know, I've done it all. I've made this a lot more uncomfortable than it needs to be, but then again, you started this whole making things uncomfortable thing, so I see no reason to end. I'm feeling absolutely within my right to stop you. Now then, let's find a course that will directly put me right next to one of those fucking idiots. I can see one, I can see two, I can see three. And if we approach them, we want to do it most directly. But give me a second so I can actually start preheating my oven. But I need something to eat, boy. Oh, what? No. Better. Now that thing is preheating, and that means I can make a decision of what I'm going to eat very soonish. Run! You want to stop me? I mean, you can try. Not going to work because I'm a lot better than you, but alas. You're still going to try it, aren't you? I have Windows. Are there any more dead novices I can plunder? Don't think so, but you know, better take a educated look around, just in case I've missed something. You know what? I actually think I will go for fucking pizza. Pizza! It's going to probably murder my intestines, but right, I'm supposed to kill Pedro, aren't I? Interesting thing is that that quest is actually not getting updated. Oh well, oh well. Can't have it all, I suppose.
I couldn't get away with that.
You better watch out who you tell that to.
Where the hell even is Pedro at this point in time? Hey, let me take a educated look for once. Yada yada yada. Yeah, yes. Yes. Estimate him. Yeah, yes. Blah 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 blah. We need to talk about this. Great. I see. I remember now.
But you... But you only just had your healing potion.
But I've been possessed again. Oh well.
I have found the Eye of Innos.
Just a
It's
slight
broken.
problem.
That cannot be. What happened?
Some really nasty customers had it. Anyway, I came too late. They were performing a strange incantation on a crescent-shaped ritual site up in those woods.
Innos be with us. They have desecrated our circle of the sun.
Yeah, they pissed all over the place.
In my worst nightmares, I couldn't.
What can we do now?
Very good question.
Has become very strong. We must heal the eye and restore its old... I cannot begin to imagine what is now going to become of us all. We go to Vatras, the water mage in town. In this
What is the circle?
Every year, all the magicians and novices of the monastery travel. The place is filled with the immeasurable. Never have I entertained the slightest notion that its power...
Well, apparently you're a bit of an idiot, aren't you? Yeah, of course. Every bloody idiot. And I have to deal with all of their bloody problems again. Okay. First things first, let's go into the city and talk to Vatras. Let's see if the water mages are actually, you know... I would say competent, but then again, the water mages are technically speaking led by Xardas, and that is not really competence, as far as I'm concerned. Actually, what level am I? Certificate. Yeah, that mean... That's kind of mean that I could. Activate the eye. The eye, not the eye, the Claw of Belial.
And in this...
Hey!
Yo, Vatras.
Pyrocar sent me. The Eye of Innos is broken.
I know. I have already learned of it from some very upset novices.
How?
The Seekers have used the fire magician's... I would call that an inspired move by the enemy.
You're very, very, very calm about this.
News spreads fast in this city.
That's a good thing, too.
What will become of the...
We must join it back together.
Yes,
but that
yes.
is no... The setting is broken into 2 pieces, but that is not really the problem. It is dull and powerless.
So, you know,
Where can I find...
Ask around in the area for...
How can the gem...
I see only one way. A union of the 3, a well-prepared ritual of reversal in the place of its... However, the problem is that you must bring an earthly representative of each. Furthermore, a lot of swamp weed is required for this ritual.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Where can I...
I have heard about an old quack in the woods named Sagita, but you could also try your luck.
Who could those 3 earthly
I shall represent Pyrocar, the highest fireman, but for Beliar, I cannot think of an appropriate...
You know,
Black
we do know
magic.
someone.
What about Xardas?
That's it. That could... But I ask myself, I can just see Pyrocar's...
I've got to go.
I shall also set out and prepare... Send Xardas and Pyro...
Listen, people, it won't take long. May Adonai...
Sure that at this point in time you have told them the story for bloody 100 times. I'm sure most people are like, God bless him for being away for a while. Finally we can stop pretending to care about his fucking story. Jesus Christ. Also, Xardas,
Wait a minute.
heal me. I had it.
Can you...
Now then, time for a nice round of teleportation. First things first, Xardas, I have a job for you. For once in your life, I actually want you to be useful, and not just stand around and send me out to my most likely death. So get your ass down here. Come on, come on, come on. I mean, Xardas is going to be very happy about this nonsense, of course, but Pyrocar is going to be a lot more happy about that nonsense.
Hey, you! The Eye of Innos has been destroyed.
What are you saying? Destroyed?
Yes.
I found it up in the northern forests. Unfortunately, I've only been able to salvage its fragments.
Indeed.
That was our only chance to stand up to those dragons, and it's gone. We have failed.
Don't worry.
What now?
This is a painful blow. We have to reorient ourselves. I shall retreat and ponder the matter. In the meantime, you should go to town and talk to Vatras.
I know, we've already done this.
I could imagine that maybe he knows what's to be done.
Vatras sent me to you.
That's good. What did he say?
He said something about a reversal ritual at the Circle of the Sun?
That old devil. I think I know what he's up to. You have come to summon me to him.
Looks like it. When will you set out?
I must not keep Vatras waiting. I shall be on my way immediately.
Wait a minute. Is the reversal ritual going to work?
I cannot be sure. That depends on what...
So what you're saying is, we'll find out. Well then, time to travel to the monastery then. And see just how pleased Pyrocar's gonna be with this. I'd imagine very, very, very much pleased in his face. Yay!
I've talked to...
Ah, good. Where is he?
He's preparing a ritual at the Circle...
If that is true, then maybe...
Vatras wants Xardas and you.
What? Xardas?
Hey, this wasn't my decision.
It is always that Xardas. So how do I know that I cannot trust Xardas. I am sorry, but I cannot...
It can't be done without you. Vatras wouldn't be able to perform. You'll have to trust Xardas.
There is nothing that I have to do, you hear? I do not have the slightest...
What if I could bring you some proof?
That is impossible, I fear. As far as Xardas is concerned...
See, he is a bit of a pain in the ass. Now that I think about it, I actually did it the wrong way around.
Anything's possible.
Because now I actually have to do the most troublesome thing in the world. travel all the way to the Sun Circle to talk to Xardas, being like, okay, Xardas, could you maybe potentially...
Forget it.
Could you maybe potentially help me with giving me something that would impress that idiot to come along and be nice for once? Oh well, yeah, that's plot one off. We're going to go to Sagita, some Thornbreed. And from there, we're gonna pass through and run all the way to the fucking Sun Circle. Oh shit, I should have done this a bit more precise. Well. Sorry. I'm sorry, but it says Genocide Day. What a sheep. We are long since left the stage of just contemplating sheep genocide. We were actively doing it. I mean, it's also kind of the, you know, people's own fault for letting the sheep sit outside here. Unguarded, unprotected. I'm just gonna claim some wolf ate them. Somebody should ask. Also, at which point do the shrines actually get undesecrated, resecrated, whatever? I should have tried to stop me. Was a very idiotic move from you, but alas. Now then, running all the way up again. Hello, Shagiter.
What would...
Tell me.
Thanks for the swamp weed. Really helps me. Bye bye. Now then, I think the way up is behind here. Yes, it is. Running all the way up there. I knew it. The fucking very moment I spoke to Xardas, I was like, wait a second, is this a good idea? It was too late already. Too late, sadly enough. Can't do anything about that anymore. So we shall run like we've never run before. This is for the trouble your friends gave me. Kinda nice, like, he's just running at full speed, stops, looks back, draws his sword, knocks him down, continues running. I mean, kinda fair, you know? Kinda fair. Yeah, there's actually a lurker down there. Will you believe it? Some point I need to think about going back there and murdering that thing. I mean, it's only 120 XP, but you know, it is, in fact, 120 XP. I wanna get that. And since we have to run this whole bloody way at some point again in the near future, let's just say, shouldn't be a problem if I'm actually remembering that nice little lurker down there. Maybe this was not a good idea. Need to run all the way to the freaking Sun Circle. Pain in the ass. Only to be like, hey Xardas, do you have any idea how to get Paraka to be not, you know, so much of a little bitch about everything? Kinda hates you. I got a real big hate boner for you. And if memory serves, actually Xardas is then going to send me back into the to owner's lands, because there's actually a chest there that Xardas has hidden there with a book inside. I actually think that is how this is going to play out. Also, we need to repair that, so we need to talk to Bennett anyway. Of course, the Eye of Venus is not only that nice little jewel in its middle, it also has all those nice little metal parts. They also need to be repaired. Of course, and nobody cares about it as much, so I guess it's just my job. Somebody has to do it, I suppose. Hello, friends. Xardas.
Pyrocar refuses to show up first. He wants proof.
Ah, really? That old geezer is getting to be a nuisance.
That's the old geezer.
But I think I've got something for you that'll be used. Back when I left the Order of the Fire Magicians, I didn't want a troop of paladins or fire magicians to turn my tower up, so I hid them in safe places where the magicians would...
And where?
Some of them lie locked in a chest.
You trust that Sekob?
No, but he can be bought and ask no awkward questions. Oh, there's a very old book among those things. When Pyrocar... It is of no further use to me.
Okay. Now he's gonna send me all the way back. That means at some point in the near future I will have to do this whole run again, all the way up there. Pain in the ass. But at least this is going to be a very short trip as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, you!
Did you just here, then back to the monastery?
What can I...
And from there... we should get our eye back, which should then technically start the next chapter. Very soonish.
Hey, you!
You, Bennett.
Can you have a look?
Sure, let me see. That is a beautiful piece of work.
How long will it take you?
If you leave it here with me, it'll be done by the and I won't even charge you for it.
Been there, done that.
Can you...
That depends.
Here's the
All right. I'll have finished the new setting. You can come to me and get it.
I shall do just that, my friend. I shall do precisely that. Hey, Rod.
Hey! How's it go?
If all those stories about dragons are actually true.
Should. Ah, Favor will.
Hey, you! Methinks I'm gonna punch you in the face.
What?
That's exactly...
I've been doing...
Nothing there.
You show them who's boss.
I did, and it felt good. Ah, you see, I never forget when people have been with on the soulish side for me. I never forget. I never forgive. Also, at this point we are quite literally very, very, very strong. I actually do think up that look at that. Look at that. He's just standing there. Nobody is stopping him. I'm gonna get possessed again, aren't I? No, not this time. I don't know how I managed to overlook you. But I also don't care. Just one more victim. And of course then, once I have all the mages up there, I'm gonna give them the swarm breed so they can really, you know, get into another dimension. And, well, that's just how it's gonna be. Oh, then, you have anything to say about me stealing that stuff?
Has anything...
Nothing since those scoundrels in black...
Yeah, kinda dealt with those. In the only way we know how to do it. Where's the monastery? There it is. Whoop. Hey Piroka, I've brought you a nice gift. It's just going to remind you how much you hate Xardas, but this is going to give you some questions.
So it says...
I brought... It's a token of...
Show me.
But
this is incredible. Do you have...
no.
This is an ancient, long-lost token. We all thought that it was lost for good, and now I...
So will you be...
Yes. I shall depart for the circle of... In fact, I am going to make this jackal explain. I shall see you...
Well, I don't care for what fucking reason you go there. As long as you actually get your fucking ass in gear and move. And he stood up and now he's just staring at me. And now he decides, maybe it's time to actually do something. And now, just as I told you, we'll have to run this whole fucking way again.
Same old thing all over again.
You haven't come to take his bad business.
Oh my God!
Not bad at
How
all.
brutal! You stop it already!
Oh, my head.
Oh, my head.
So much about Brothers of the Ring, eh? Asshole. I mean, to be fair, I just wanted to actually, you know, get rid of the fugitives, because, you know, technically speaking, you can get rid of most of them, and I kinda don't like to waste the XP that means. But apparently that means that the whole fucking tavern has suddenly decided to be an asshole about it.
Do you really believe that?
I'm staying out of it.
Show me.
Certainly, bro.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I guess you have no equipment left for you. Now, we have done all of that. The only thing we need to do is, no, not to go to the tavern, we need to go to the landowner.
He thinks it's as easy as that.
And collect
You listen to the wrong people.
our nice little newly repaired Eye of Enos. Then we should have everything.
I'm not telling you anything new. Just gossip. Nobody will learn anything from me.
This is the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, we'll go.
Do you really believe that?
Sooner or later.
Is the amulet ready?
Yes. Here, I had to make a new setting. I worked on it all night.
Nice.
With that,
I don't believe this is gonna change.
Now, once again, we run. See, I could have completely saved myself the trouble of running up there once. I had been smart enough to talk to Piruka first and then to Xardas, but no, of course not. I decided to do it the most inefficient way imaginable. For no bloody good reason, mind you. At some point. Oh well. We shall now get ourselves a nice little Eye of Enos. New and improved, basically. You know, I've decided that even though it's probably going to kill some internal organs of mine, I am going to eat a pizza. I can still eat that porridge tomorrow, no problem. Don't mind me, lurker. Have any shadow beasts respawned? Nope. Maybe there's a dead orc scout, I believe, would be what it is. And yes, I would actually agree that probably a shadow beast would be tough enough to murder an orc. Actually, for once. Actually, couldn't I have shortened this by going from the landowner's backside? Maybe, but you know. Now I've already almost basically run half the distance, so. Kinda redundant to think about that now, isn't it? $134. That's a nice amount of strength we have. Honestly, don't think we need overly much more. I think you need 150 for that one crossbow. And that basically was it. Don't remember actually if there are any one-handed weapons better than the Orc Slayer that you would want to get your hands on. I mean, there's the Claw of Belia, of course. Might be something you want to get your hands on at some point and use. Just for the lulz, basically, because lightning. But apart from that... Hello.
How are things?
Remember, only and don't.
I did everything you...
Indeed, there is nothing missing now.
What about the swamp weed?
Ah, yes.
Yes, here are the 3 plants.
Excellent. You have done well. But now...
How are things? Remember,
and don't.
Will you have finished at some point, or are you just going to make nicely colored rings for the rest of your life? We done yet?
It is finished. We have succeeded in thwarting the enemy's plan and restoring the eye. Let Pyrokar explain. I hope that I shall see you again once.
Now that the Eye of Enos is healed, they all serve Belia, but there must be an earthly power that controls them. Find out what the source of... As soon as you found that out, come...
You did it.
I would hardly have believed.
Nice, isn't it?
What remains to be done here?
Do not waste your time on trivial things. Bear in mind that you need to talk to a dragon first. The power of the eye will force. Furthermore, it offers protection against. However, its power does not last. To do that, you need the essence of a dragon's heart. Only then can you dare.
Thanks, I'll remember.
You now have everything you need. Go then.
Wait a minute.
Do I have everything I need? One might question it. Ah, ja, Winners. Ja, ja, Winners. Which kind of means that we have to go back inside and start dealing with the dragons, and that means we have no excuse anymore to hide from the, you know, areas that we until now have avoided so very efficiently. Also, the enemies we have avoided also very efficiently for now.
Can I have some?
I've got nothing.
Bit of a problem, that one. Yeah, well.
Hey! Hey, you!
Guess we have no other reason to.
Some of them.
Silvio took a few of the boys and disappeared. It's rumored that some dragons have shown up there. When he heard that, who knows? The dragon trophy is sure to bring a ton. That's nothing for me. I'm a sailor. I belong.
And that is how the dragon hunters actually come around. Born from the mercenaries.
What's happened in
Silvio the bastard has heard about the dragons in the Valley of Mines, and he's tried to convince the boys to follow him to the Valley of Mines. A lot of them have no interest in getting killed for Silvio, but the end of the story is that they got outfitted by, basically, I'm glad that Silvio is...
Which does kind of makes it a lot easier for you, doesn't it? Because that means you'll finally have some peace and quiet. Also, I mean... who would have followed along? I couldn't even convince Festa and Sentenza, eh? Man, that's weak sauce. It really is. Here we are again. Time to walk over the pass. And start doing what needs to be done. In this case, hunting dragons. I mean, there's you can do that in multiple ways, of course. The most fun way you can do is actually, do we have something for that? I don't need that equipped right now. I don't think I have a spirit scroll for that. Because you can technically speaking shrink the dragons, which makes that a very amusing fight. To put it very mildly. Maybe we can actually get one. And back into the Valley of Mines we go. Bam, chapter 4. Dragon Hunt. And the Dragon Hunters. I only hope that they won't stand in my way. Ah, starts good, doesn't it? First thing you see after you come inside here again is a dead Dragon Hunter. Since we now have a new chapter, techniques begin, you might wanna, you know, turn around immediately and start heading back to Greenest. Get a bit on a hunting spree again. It's basically what you do every chapter. And then again, we don't really need much more in the way of strength, and most of the new landing points we can get our hands on are basically 3 points. We have 100% mastery, and we have more than enough strength to equip most of the weapons we want at this point. You know, we're kind of free to choose what we want to do. And I guess going on a bit of a hunt for dragons is not a bad way to start things off. I mean, I don't think we are going to actually hunt a dragon. I need to get something to eat. I really do. Hey ho, dragon hunter boys.
You don't have to ask me that.
I used to
Hey.
say that myself.
What are you?
That is truly the stupidest question I've...
I can't.
Your mouth's too big for my taste. It
Really didn't deserve that. And now?
Finish him!
Show him!
Finish him now!
Show him!
Come on.
Finish him! Yeah, that's the ticket. Let that be a lesson to him.
Well, that should be a lesson to him. Don't be an idiot. Because otherwise I want to murder you.
My own opinion about that.
He really should have known better.
Do you have anything to drink?
I assume that it...
No, damn it. I need something alcoholic. When I haven't had anything to drink for a while, my skull feels like...
Here,
well,
take this.
we'll see the next time.
Yeah, take some gin. I'm sure that's gonna help you.
So,
What are you doing here anyway?
I don't have any idea what we're doing here, and I don't care as long as...
Like Beliar himself was after
Do you know what...
What's in it for me?
I've still got...
I'd fight every dragon and... Agreed. I'll keep that.
business.
All right now.
Naturally, I can't
was
tell
no
you
big
anything
deal.
precise, but I've heard that we've seen a red glow over there. I swear by my mother, if you're looking for...
I used to say that myself.
I'm looking...
I could teach you a few things. Since we're friends,
It had to happen sooner or later.
All right.
That was get that
Let's...
Sadly, nothing there.
Hey,
I've got my own opinion about that.
what do you hope?
Gold and honor. What else?
really should have
Enough
known
to
better.
spend the rest of my life frequenting every tavern in Cat House.
One like this forever.
Either that, or you'll be dead.
Yes, yes.
So what? That's part of it.
I don't believe this is gonna change.
How would you...
Been there, done that.
You'll get...
That sounds good. But and one more thing. I don't want any weapons or other junk you collect here.
For us.
Of course we got him in the end.
I see you've joined the Dragon
on.
Hunters.
I followed Silvio into the Valley of Mines because I know my way around here best. I'll tell you what. Something's definitely brewing here.
Time for things
It wouldn't surprise me if Garand and the paladins in the castle had all flutter.
What are your plans now?
I'll follow the boys here to the Valley of Mines first. I really have to find out what the orcs...
Nobody ever asked for
I mean, now,
I'll
what
see
do
you
you
around.
think
Look
they're
out for
planning?
yourself.
The things I could tell you.
This is...
Suit yourself.
Ask for my opinion.
How many people?
Come over here.
What do you want?
This valley's a dangerous place, and without
I assume that you've got the right equipment.
Everyone merchant everywhere.
What can you...
Everywhere's place for a merchant, eh?
Do you sell...
That depends.
Mhm.
If the price...
How much do you charge?
Hard to say. But I think that,
I need...
50...
Yes. Now tell me about...
Dragons are ancient, incredibly powerful creatures. It's been over 100 years, though, since their blood is as hot as boiling oil.
That all sounds very horrible, but who
Hey.
cares?
What?
Gotta kill them.
Where do
we come from?
You're
careful. Your butt.
You can't.
We'll see about that.
And now for the Don't stop now! Finish him!
Let him have it!
Finish him!
Come over here. Ah, I love it. 3 XP for nothing. I mean, I'm not gonna murder him. Not dead, much of an asshole, you know? Just beating them down a little bit. Also, considering the fact that you have the more heavy armor than me, you know, really kinda showcases how much of a weakling you actually are.
We'll see the next time.
We won't,
Wait a
don't worry.
minute. All right.
What are you?
We heard about the dragon hunt, but to be honest, I don't give a shit. Dragons have gold.
Certainly. What do you know about?
I only know the stories. You know, virgins, gold.
Well, horrible.
Where are you planning?
No idea.
You could go to the...
Wild horses couldn't drag me there. I'm not going back to jail.
What about the...
The whole castle is surrounded. Trying to sneak through there is insane. Nobody gets through.
Ah, really? What were you...
The swine nabbed me for poaching. They slapped me with 10 years.
That was all?
Well, okay.
And?
I couldn't do anything about it. The guy...
Sounds familiar.
You know what I mean. The rich bastards don't... That doesn't worry them in the least.
Can you teach me?
An animal has more than just meat. You can sell... I can hardly wait to get...
Show me how...
So you can rake in... Well, alright.
Yeah, no.
It's not worth...
Suit yourself.
Show...
Nope. We can talk to somebody else who's going to... Well, basically teach us for free. The way you turn to me, you have something to say, I haven't
Hey,
you?
you. Guys like you should watch where they...
What are you trying to tell me?
I mean that the air out here isn't good for your health. And the place, not to mention the dragons.
Can you tell me any...
I can give you a good piece of advice. We can't use anyone here who faints dead away at the Go home. This is...
Are you the boss here?
Do I look like it? Certainly not. When Silvio tried to act like he was the boss, we showed him and his buddy. There was a brawl. I hope Silvio wound up in a soup kettle or something.
I'm staying out of it.
So, you want to kill?
Smart ass. So, do you think the beast will just sit there quiet? Something like that takes good...
I see. And
first, we'll scout out where... Only then will we think about...
You already know what
I think you...
What? You want me to push it? You're...
He was falling.
And now.
Give it your all.
I mean, to be fair, this is like what the third guy I'm doing this to.
What you waiting for?
I would kind of think that they would learn their lesson at some point, you know.
Let that be a lesson to him.
They don't. They just never learn. Ah, so easy. Such an easy amount of XP too. Oh, must level up again thanks to that. Now come on, stand up. Let's talk a bit more before we go down. See how much respawn actually has happened. I mean, I do know where the fucking
we'll see about
dragons
that.
are.
All right.
I won't be treated like that.
But you know, it's not really much of a problem. Obviously, I will have to do this in my fucking light armor, and they are in their heavy armor and medium armor. And a coward. Ah, well, what can you do? Not much, not much. Well, then I guess it's time to head to the castle. See what the siege, quote unquote, is doing. Oh, will you look at that? I see an orc. Weird, I haven't seen any orcs in a while. I'm actually impressed for once. Yep. Orc elites. Still as deadly as before. This is gonna make this pain in the ass, isn't it? Here we have some magic to lure them. 1 on 1. I was kinda hoping that would work. You know, standing in the water is not a good idea, not a good tactic. Up. Got rid of 2 orc elites already. What I like to call a good start. Still means that the shaman is probably, yeah, still around. You wanna use your little axe on me. No, that's not good. Age is the definition of not so good. I don't really want to drag this out like this. Instead, I want to at best murder a few walks. Nice and quietly, and be on your way. I mean, we're at this point quite well protected, so it's not like we're gonna take much in the way of outright damages for the moment. Still. We were just, you know, finished with all of this nonsense. Suddenly, when you're back for one single day, orcs. They are worse than fucking rabbits, apparently. I mean, the good thing is, we are a bit tougher than we were way back when. Actually managed to pull just one. And that wasn't even the one I was aiming for. Ah. I'm just gonna point out, Orky boy, wasn't the smartest decision you have ever made. And you're going to regret it. Very much so. See? Told you you would regret that. But did you listen? No, of course not. But not that orcs are very well known for, you know, their willingness to listen to sensible argumentation. It's really not their speciality, so to speak. Sadly, of course, now we have the very same problem as we had before. Too many orcs. I mean, don't get me wrong, as long as I can get them alone, I'm not gonna have much of a problem. Main problem is that orcs usually tend to not be nice enough to come alone. Some bloody reason. Nobody really knows why. Yup. Got him. Get over here, get over here. You don't have a chance. And you know you don't have a chance. Now he's getting active. Good thing is we have become even stronger than we were before, so you know, it is kinda somewhat doable. And I missed there in the last swing. I was kinda sad that happens. Did I hear a third orc draw steel? Because I could swear I had heard 3 sets of steel being drawn. I mean, I'm not overly worried. As long as I can time it somewhat nicely, 2 orcs, even if one of them is in elite, honestly not much of a problem. But then again, it's easier said than done in the end. Because you can end up doing some horrible nonsense. You end up dying for that horrible nonsense. And we would want that now, would we? Dying for no good reason? Doesn't sound like a fun plan. Also kind of nice tree. Kind of like, and suddenly orcs again. But luckily, we are at this point quite strong. We can take a few hits if necessary, and well, you know, we do tend to murder them rather quickly. Quite nice indeed. Quite nice indeed. Look, you are really not wanted here. I mean, it's still a situation we can deal with, but it's going to slowly kill us. It's a death by 1,000 cuts. It's still a death, and I would like to avoid dying. I can see more elites, more orcs, everything. Right, literally. I mean, mostly things you don't want to get involved with, but you know. You just have over here. See, he's supposed to be an elite. He's supposed to feel my presence, basically. That's why they are elites. They can do some horrible things to your health. Oh boy. That is something on the level of horribleness that not even your average orc can achieve. It does kind of require you to be an elite to do that. Then again, we have so many healing potions at this point, honestly not overly worried. Basically, for as long as I can survive the combat, I have nothing to fear. Quite literally nothing to lose. Okay, let's go back a bit before the elite decides to join in. Wouldn't want that. Ah, it's good to be that strong though. It really makes this a lot more, you know, manageable. Now the problem now is, since the elite is in the back, he has a chance to get off a hit. And his hits still hurt. Really they do. I don't really like the idea of getting hit. Can see Shaman, Shaman. Dum dum. Missed. Missed. Ah, for fuck's sake, look at how much nonsense. Also, of course, the combination of nonsense with shamans is the definition of not very much pleasing. I don't have a problem with warriors, but if I combine warriors with elites with shamans, I kind of feel like I'm going to end up, you know, taking unreasonable amounts of damage to my face. Something I would much rather like to, you know, avoid. Did you actually get your hit through? Kinda think you did. Not bad, Orky. Not bad. For an orc. Oh, I can see an elite running along the wall, and then he has disappeared. Oh well. I guess technically speaking they would react to the NPCs inside. Technically speaking, it's quite possible that the orcs would actually try to get inside the castle. To kill the NPCs. But since it's... Jeez, set up in a way that the only way in is really over the ramp, the orcs are actually going to have a very tough time doing that. I think that's kinda also, you know, why it's set up like this. Because, you know, the AI has a very certain, very distinct set of behaviors that it's going to follow. And in fact, the beast AI attacks rather viciously everything it can find, including, of course, your NPCs. And setting up the siege would mean that you would either have to completely change the AI's behavior, which sounds like a pain in the ass, or you would have to position them just outside of range of loading in range, and you would also have to make sure But if any of your little donkeys actually react to any of the NPCs inside, they will not have an easy time just coming in. Otherwise, horribleness is going to happen. I mean, yes, some of the NPCs are immortal, so the most important ones are not going to die. That would make it a rather interesting confrontation. You wanna play? Get here, Rock. He did want to play. Well then, I think we have pretty much once again taken care of the siege. Mostly. We haven't yet dealt with it completely. But mostly. Then we're gonna go in, and that's when I'm going to start making pizza. I crave pizza. Oh shit. This is after all the one combination. Really only the one combination I can't really deal with. Every other combination is not nearly as much of a pain in the ass. Two elites, yeah. That is what they call a pain in the ass. It's not an unwinnable match by any stretch of the imagination. But it's also not an easy fight. Hey, Rocky. See, far easier to deal with just in Orc Warrior. As in, concretely just one Orc Warrior. Just killed the Orcs. York snack. I don't care. It was my job to watch them in the first place. Now then, we are healed up. Okay, that was a lot too close for comfort. Jesus fucking Christ. Was not at all how I had hoped this would play out, but alas, we won. And as soon as we have broken most of the siege off again, we have the worst offender basically out of the way again.
Nothing to be had there.
Because the rest is, well, I mean, there's some nasty places still along the way, but, you know. Most things I can then very much safely say we have dealt with. Like, for example, there's gonna be more orcs back there at the wall again. I can tell you as much. But those will have to wait for another time. I mean, you know. Can't deal with everything now, can you? So many orc access though. At some point I'm gonna have to sell them. It's really a bit sad that they're really not worth much. I mean, to be fair, from the workmanship point of view, I suppose they would not be worth much. I get it. Still, you know. Does, after all, takes a rather skilled hunter to get your hands on charged weaponry. That alone should give it a bit of value. You would imagine. Orcs everywhere. It never stops. Yeah, come over here, walk boy. Come over here. I'm going to murder you. Oh shit. Lost my focus there on the last swing. I have fire protection. And, you know, quite a bit of that actually, at this point. Yeah, I kinda figured this would happen. Welp. Dealt with it now, did we? And I think we have done pretty much all the siege again. The way the game quite literally forces you, if you want to do this all over again. It's really not nice. Really not very nice game. Not going to stop me. Will, however, stay on my mind. That is not a nice thing to do. Nope, excuse me. Even I don't know where that came from, but wherever it came from, it did want to get out. I can still remember time.
Nothing there.
I consider lurkers to be somewhat dangerous. Not unkillable dangerous, but pain in the ass dangerous, at the very least. Quite impressive how times change, I'd say. Well, I guess we have something to look forward for next time, haven't we? Hunting dragons, it's all nice and dandy. But we can also hunt the whole Valley of Mines again. Murder our way through it once more. Why? Because XP. No, then I don't think there was anything back there, but just in case this is technically speaking part of the way. Yeah. We'll check it out. We're gonna run around, go up that ramp. For some reason nobody bothers to actually take away. Then we're gonna find out how to hunt the dragons. Well, you have quite literally nothing here. It's kind of saddening. I mean, I get it, game. I murdered most things. Alive and well in this valley, but still, I would much prefer you give me something more, you know? Okay, that's a bit too many, even for my taste. Set up somewhat nicely, no problem. Even with that at once? No. Getting dangerously low on health though. Even to the point that, you know, fighting walks is, I mean, it's not challenging, but getting me a bit close. Health-wise. Also, I'm probably going to run out of my speed potion at a very unfortunate time. And die a very horrible death. I can see a dead body over there, and I can kinda imagine which one that is. It's Xardas again. Hello, Xardas. Look at all the nonsense you have in your inventory. Oh my, whoever could have sold you so much. Which is of course quite interesting because that means I'm going to sell all of this nonsense again. Including 1,600 arrows. I think he's actually the only merchant who dies and keeps his whole merchant inventory. Also, there's the horns of the Shadow Beast. I can use those and give them Buster. Because I'm going to be very happy about that. Look at that. Look at all that nonsense he has. Jesus Christ, it takes forever to just pick it all up. I mean, the good thing is, not too many orcs have respawned back here. I think that one elite orc actually respawns, not respawns, but just spawns around this time because, you know, he has to be there to stand over the dead body. Xardas. Look all impressive. And so, hello again, Prince. Already missed me, didn't ya? Oh, and by the way, I once again took care of your fucking siege.
It's good that you've come. Oh, a lot of us are getting really worried by now and no longer truly believe. Weren't there two? Not anymore. Xardas stood here on his good crossbow fell down when we could only just see one of the orcs snatch it up. Xardas woke up then and just ran into the night towards the orc. In us, be with us.
I found
Really? Where is he?
Dead.
He's dead. Here's his cross.
He must have gotten his crossbow back. But then the damn fool. I knew it.
Damn fool, we're all going to die. Well, yeah, with that sort of motivation,
Hey, you.
yeah, you're gonna die.
You're pulling.
Damn it to hell. I tell you, if you turn your back for a moment...
What's...
You shabby dragon hunters, of course. You gotta watch out, I tell you.
Did someone...
No, they smuggled 20 gold pieces into my pocket. Of course they... I tell you, when I...
So what do you...
My purse. And now it's gone.
It'll turn up somewhere.
When I get my...
Wait a minute. What are you?
I'm getting ready to fight.
Who do you want?
I thought I'd drop in on the paladin, idiot. Against the dragons of court.
Sure.
Don't the paladin?
Nonsense. They have entirely different. The boys' morale isn't the best. I mean, just look at those nicked blades they're fixing to go. Any reasonable warrior.
Have you separate?
My group? I don't have. If I go home without a trophy, then I won't know what I came.
Have you said on?
No. I want to get my weapons in.
Aren't you afraid?
What? Your boss really thinks he can make a kill?
I'm not one of Silvio.
Oh, all right then. Have you seen the pathetic fig? Silvio can be glad if...
Silvio?
Here in the castle, you mean? Yeah, he chatted with a few people here.
So where is...
The paladins here mentioned an ice dragon in the west. It's supposed... You should have seen the gleam in Silvio's eye when he heard that.
Yeah, not really, you know.
You don't seem...
What do you mean, like? I'm not... Silvio doesn't have any friends. That's not for me.
I can absolutely understand that.
Can you help me?
Improve? Better to buy something new and throw... Maybe I've got something...
What can you...
I think I've got...
You got the Orc Slayer, but yeah. But to say, man, I already have that one. Oh, then here, take, you know, a few Orcish war swords. Jesus Christ, I have a nice collection of weapons, don't I, at this point? I really, really, really do. Da-dee-da-dee-da, we are gonna be rich again. Very, very, very rich. That's the whole point. It's not like we were poor to begin with, you know? Yeah, I think I'm gonna buy... yeah, take one medium of me. Honestly, yeah, take my transformation scrolls. Don't want to be tempted to use those. How very nice. We got all of the stuff we could ever have wanted out of this.
Do you have any...
The only thing that's happened recently is you dragon hunt.
Show me your...
Let's see, you still have the same stuff? Yeah, Jock Slayer is definitely the best weapon you're offering. And I would buy so much more of you. You just gave me the choice.
You hardly know who to believe.
Look who's here. All fucking people.
Don't I know you? You were Korangar. You used to be a Templar in the swamp camp.
Indeed.
Call me Angar. I have set aside my title. The Brotherhood of the Sleeper has disbanded. Curious, but you seem somehow familiar to me.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, I haven't been able to sleep properly for some time.
How did you get...
After the collapse of the magic barrier, I strayed about for days until I suddenly awoke in the cat. To make matters worse, I have also lost the amulet which I have had for years. That's not
what will you...
I shall rest a while first, so that I may take up... I have heard something. It is also being said that many I am thinking...
What happened to...
The last thing I remember is that the barrier, stricken with panicked fear, we fell to the ground. And then, when it was over, they all ran mad and disappeared. I have not seen them again.
Yeah. Precisely what happens.
Where exactly?
Somewhere in the south. Shortly before I awoke, I suspect it was stolen. Nobody will learn anything from me.
Well.
It can't go on.
I found your...
Thank you.
That was pretty easy.
What are you playing?
Get out of this occur. Perhaps we shall meet again.
Obvious.
In our
Was that amulet that I was actually using? Because that amulet was actually pretty damn good. Oh, apparently it wasn't. Not a problem then.
For that is the will of Innos.
It was a really... I thought there was something to be had here. But there's nothing here but a...
Nobody ever asks for...
You forgot? How could I forget? Look, I make weapons. Then why aren't you... The paladins here won't let me into the smithy. I can't make any...
That was obvious all
What's in it? I don't have anything. I know a method of making blades forged from magic. I'll try to... How will you manage that? No one would dare to... I'll do whatever. I can't imagine that he...
Ah, they will listen to me. Don't you worry.
I've joined up with some men from the mountains. Their leader went by the name of Silvio. What happened? Nothing that I've heard. Of course. What happened?
I'm not touching that.
Where do you come
from? The mainland. The situation there is getting worse. The king has lost control.
Where are you?
I left them. They thought they could take everything they wanted.
What else do you...
The orcs are outside the capital. The last thing I heard was that the king is dead.
What are you doing?
I heard about the dragons. Unfortunately, I lost my sword when I was sneaking. Without a sword, I...
Would it ever change?
What will you get?
Alas, I can't give you anything.
Do you really believe that?
Apparently I haven't yet found your sword.
But he knew that.
Impressive, considering that I usually find pretty much everything.
How's...
Lousy. How about you?
Show me...
Well, that's a new chapter, so of course we have new healing stuff. Ah, it never stops.
Show me...
Yeah, Dragon Hunter's crossbow, that's the best one. 150 strength points. How close are we? Relatively close. 16 points away from dead. Ah, feel rested. They're just staring at me while I'm sleeping. They were very much afraid. Very much afraid.
You didn't know that. You really think like you said.
You, Geralt, anything new?
You don't have to answer what to believe anymore.
All quiet? Quiet. Yeah, but my navel's rubbing against my backbone, man. If I don't get a decent meal down my throat, then I'm going to bite Garon's fat ass.
That's the first I've heard.
Maybe I...
Are you crazy? Certainly not here. If one of the others, you can find me in the Magician's Temple when there's hardly anyone in the temple, but just don't show up with dry bread or some
It's totally obvious.
Jesus Christ, I'm like, I could help it. He's like, no, don't just give me dry bread or something.
Let's wait and see what happens.
Why aren't you...
But that's disgusting. Have you had a look in my chamber? I have no idea who set up quarters in there before, but I hate those beasts. And stop.
Ah, seriously, man.
I'll get you now.
Hate those things. Just to point that out.
The meat bugs are gone. You can go back to polishing your thumb screws or whatever.
Are you sure that not one...
Pretty sure.
All right, then. Here.
Oh, don't make me cry. Wait a minute. Are you all right?
And are you sure those meat bugs...
Look, there's...
What? I'm out of here.
And she's like, I'm out of here. I'm scared now. Where the fuck would you even run?
That's exactly what I said.
Don't say you didn't know that.
I can't believe that.
Nothing amazes me.
It's honestly a good question. Where would he run?
He really didn't deserve that.
Trying to run out?
It's a bad business.
I'll be damned, he actually is running out. Let's just say he can be very happy if he survives any of the following falls he will have. Oh boy. We're not really doing much more than training, eh? You idiots.
That's all just gossip.
Whee!
Don't say you didn't know that.
Let's then go to this nice little house again. But for the moment, just shall wait. We have done great progress. A whole chapter basically, namely chapter 3, has been finished. Now it's time to hunt some dragons. That's gonna be fun. They're totally not gonna kick our ass. I mean, not really, because we have been getting quite a bit stronger, and we shall get even more stronger. Give it enough time, that is. But for the moment, let me bid you adieu. Have a good one and all that, and I shall be back a bit later with the Nia, of course. It is Saturday, that means Nia Day, always good. And then we shall see what's to come.